What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back. Speaking my sports talk. I check it out. Canelo Alvarez versus Anvi Yildrim, 2021. Well, guys, you already know we're gonna have a lot of haters chopping at the bits over this fight. But as usual, I'm gonna put some things to bed today before they even get started. Before ego. Dante, 78 PFTB for Fred, Aki, Bruce Vane, the usual group of haters, the Canelo, tractors. Before they even get started, I'm getting ready to put a whole lot of shit to bed today. I know what angles they're going to be coming from. But we're going to get through all of that today, everybody. Oh, yeah. We're going to shut it down. Shut it down. Because we know the hate is coming. We know it. We know it. Canelo can't do no right for them anyway. So we know the hate is coming. But again, I'm going to shut down a lot of narratives that they probably already cooking up, might be out. Haven't even went and checked yet. I just read the news and I said, okay, let me go ahead and put this live out. And then I'll go search around. And maybe I'll end up getting a couple of you idiot videos out of it. But anyway, guys, see what we got in the house. My man Remy 22 in the building says saludos D Jefferson by the end of February in Guadalajara, Mexico is the plan. Yep, that's right. This fight out of the way. Yeah, Guadalajara. And I think that's a good thing too, because what it's been 10, 11 years since he's fought in Mexico, right? So they deserve to have him come back there and put on a show for him, and it's definitely going to be a show. Because Anvi Yildrim may beat no damn Canelo, that's for sure. It's Yildirim and BJS is a part of the 2-fight program. Yep, no doubt. Yildirim BJS, and then guess what? Yildirim BJS, and then Plant probably in September. How about that? How about that? 3 times in 1 year. But we're going to get into all of that. Big ups to you, Joe. Big ups to you, fam. Willie Williams in the building. Appreciate you again, Willie. I really do appreciate you, man. I got a lot of work to do, guys. I got to figure out how to get that alarm attached to my Cash App so that when y'all send it straight to the Cash App, it pops up here on the screen. They got a program like that. I got to figure it out, find out where to get it. If any of you guys know, hit me on the email, speakingmindsportstalk@gmail.com, or in the DM if you guys follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Discord. Either way, I'm on all of them, so Speak Your Mind Sports Talk pretty much everywhere besides Twitter. It's at capital Speak Your Mind, lowercase st on Twitter. Everything else is Speak Your Mind Sports Talk, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of that. All of that. Y'all know Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family everywhere. Where we at? How you doing, brother, on this Sunday? Great, man. Great. I feel great. I'm feeling much better. Recovery is going very well. I can laugh now, cough now without being in pain, move around better. So I feel great, man. Kevin, salute to you, brother. What's up? What up? Joshua Little John, what's good? Remy 22. I think I shouted you out, but no matter, I shout you out again. Mi hermano, Remy 22, what's good? JD, Chicago in the building, what's good? What's good? Kevin says, Fagnon going on Canelo saying he ducking Spence. Yeah, he's an idiot, right? This guy's a complete idiot because Canelo will beat the hell out of Errol Spence. So Fanon is just a moron. He should change his name to Moron Boxing Association or whatever the hell that channel name is. From Fanon to Moron, because that's what he is. Freaking ducking. What a dummy, man. It's enough they say he's ducking Charlo, the bigger Charlo, right? It's enough that they say that foolishness. Now ducking Spence. Why would Canelo duck somebody at 147? It makes no sense. And did Spence ever send an offer, or did he just run his mouth over the media talking about Canelo? Even if he sent an offer, would they entertain that? Maybe for the money to go. I would rather. No, I wouldn't say that. No. This is my guy. Y'all know sometimes I go on a rant, and I can't really say that because I was about to say I would rather see him beat up Spence than to fight Anvi Yildrim. But nah, I wouldn't, because I think it's a stupid move for Spence, so I wouldn't want him to make that move. But I was about to go overboard because that's what the foolery does, man. It makes you go overboard. Che with Ice, what's good with you? Iceman in the building. Iceman. Wasn't Yildirim set to fight somebody before Canelo. He was going to fight Canelo before the lawsuit and all of that took place. And Yildirim had all his fights, Joshua. That's how he got into place to become mandatory for Canelo. Because he's a mandatory. It's not like Canelo's hand selecting him or anything like that. He's a mandatory for the belt. So Canelo's fighting is mandatory. That's what it's all about. Jakal said he's still adjusting to the fame. No, sir. You know what, Jakal, I'm not like I used to rap and shit when I was younger, 16 to like 21. And I used to perform and all of that. And back when I was younger, I always thought that, man, I would love to be famous, right? I think a lot of kids did. But when I got into my late 20s, early 30s, I was like, man, it's a blessing I never made it because fame just ain't for me. I will never have to adjust to fame because you guys, whether we got 1,900 subscribers like we do now or 1.9 million subscribers, it's just still going to be the same D Jeff, bro. I can promise you guys that. Same D Jeff. Love you all, man. Always appreciate you guys. And I always tell you guys that I won't have to adjust to any type of fame because I would look at that through the eyes of humility, which I think was where a lot of people go wrong. So I don't think it'll be any adjustment to me. But I ain't famous, Jakal, man. Hell no. I ain't famous, dog. Arrival boxing talking news in the building. What's up, brother? Unrivaled got all the interesting polls going now, the great polls. This last one, the fight of the year. If y'all didn't get your votes in, I don't know if it's too late, but I got mine in. Y'all check that out. Mark running all the good polls. He got through with the channel of the year. Shout out and respect to Julius Ring IQ, man. He won channel of the year. Big ups, man. I think Beast took second place, Hatman third place, and Sport and Icon, I think, the fourth place or something like that. But man, shout out to all of those guys that made it to that front page because it was a lot of channels in that voting. So much respect to all four of those guys that made that final round. And shout out to Ring IQ for, taking channel of the year. Good stuff. And Ross in the building. What's good? What's good with you, brother? All right. Let me say Canelo needs all the advantages for Anvi Yildrim. That's why it's in Mexico. Nah, man. Nah, he don't need no advantages. I know you're joking, Remy. You don't need no, but you know what? That's going to probably be one of them, Remy. One of the dumbass and narratives or something they come out. Now look at Canelo taking on to Mexico so he can get the advantages. He probably gonna throw away clauses and everything on Anvi Yildrim as if Canelo needs any of that with Anvi Yildrim. But of course, those are the type of things that will be said. Tuche, Remy. Tuche. PSK, what's good with your brother? Blues Boxing in the building. What's good, Blues Boxing? What's good? What's good? Eric Lorenzo, what's good with you? Yamato, he says, Fact now is biased. Yeah, he is. He is. Exactly. Sir Ken, what's good? D Jefferson, salute. Salute to Wrenches and salute to the chat. Smash the like button. Appreciate you, Sir Ken. I really appreciate that, fam. KD Trey 5, what's up with you? Champ said ducking Spence. I know, man. 3 divisions up and he ducking Spence. Bernard is priceless with I'm telling you, bro. I said this before. A lot of that is hilarious, bro. You cannot lie. I mean, you cannot lie. If you go over there and even listen to his rationale, you have no choice but to laugh. If you want a good laugh, go listen to Bernard. I mean, he's a character, a comedian, you know? He's a comedian. Iceman, D call Canelo and get some steroids. No, man, I don't want none of them, Iceman. I don't want none of them. Josh Taylor ducking the do it. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Right. Josh Taylor ducking monster. Yeah, that's right. The narratives, man. Absolutely dumb. Ricky in the building. What's good with you, Ricky? E245. What's up? What's up, family? Joshua Lil John say, why is the narrative that Canelo needs to fight Spence? And I don't even think that is a narrative. Spence is, let me tell you something. Spence cloud chasing, that's all cloud chasing, man. That's all about Terrence Crawford negotiations and putting stock in his name. See, I could get a Canelo fight. You know what I mean? That's all that's about. That's all that's about, Joshua. Clout chasing the finest. They're not fucking with Canelo, man. No way. How is Yildrim mandatory? He lost that fight. Man, look, you asked the sanctioning body, KD Trade 5. I don't even care anymore. I don't care about their ranking systems. With all of the foolishness that Suleiman is doing, why would you even contemplate that? Like you may have a point, but I don't give a shit. I really don't. I don't give a shit if Canelo did hand select him. Look at all of the fights he just came off of, right? Nobody else doing that in boxing. No PBC guys got the green light to make one of these genius A side offers. Who's got to bankroll them? Yeah, man. Yeah, I was talking to Julius about that, man, and I was researching this situation, and I'm actually doing a video about that. And I still got Bob Arum under heat for probably to Julius May. We still don't see eye to eye. I got Al Heyman and them definitely under heat for it. So it's not like, but I'm just not one sided. He's more one sided where he think it's all Spence and Al Heyman, and then Bob and Crawford has nothing happening. And I don't agree with that at all. So um, even after the information that I got from Julius, which she made very valid points, uh, does sway it does sway things with my perspective. I still think that both of them are involved, and I'll explain that later in the video. It's called the Lose for Real Talk. Yep, for real. Not do this, but D, I thought you looked like RZA. Really? Oh man, he took it back from that era, though, Joe. That's for sure. D Jefferson, I remember because I heard people complain about the match. Yeah. Right. Yep. Yeah, they were complaining about it. And Joshua, they gonna complain about it now, fam. He was a Broner Joe. Yeah. I got it. I caught it late, Jacal. Yeah, game in the building. What's good, day? What's good? What's good? Yeah, I know how you do, Remy. I know how you do, dog. Joshua says Canelo will have to go down 15, 20 pounds. No, Spence talking about coming to 60. So he would just have to drop to 60. Which that's why it makes it even more ridiculous because Spence is talking about jumping 2 weight classes to beat the best guy in boxing. And you're arguably the best guy at 147. There's an argument there. Is it you or is it Crawford? You're not even the best guy at 147. Uh, Now he is, in my opinion, but I'm just saying, like, the consensus wise, he's not the best, right? A lot of people like Crawford, but I don't think it's much argument about Canelo being the best at 168. Hell, I don't think there's any argument about that. It's most certainly the best at 168. So, like, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Crazy for him to even contemplate it. The way D said that, that got me cracking up. He's a character, a comedian. He's a he is, Mark. He is, yeah, for now. That dude, man. Man, Kirk, yeah, first round. Yeah, he's done, man. He's done. He's done. He's old though. Like 36, 37 years old. I went back to watch the fight because I was going to do the card, but I got tired and I just decided not to. And but I did go back and watch the fight, and there wasn't much to watch. He got dumped on in the first round. So, but he's old, man. He's old, and he was never the greatest boxer. He had power. He could knock guys out, but he was never the greatest, right? I disagree. Jamel Charlo is fighting better competition. Disagree with who? We talk about Jamal. Jamel's one of my top five guys. Trade, AD trade five. Jamel, Spence, Canelo, Teofimo, and Tyson Fury. Those are my top five fighters. So I have no complaints about Jamel. You don't disagree with me. I agree with you about Jamel Charlo. I'm talking about Jamal. They're worthless Jamal. Woodlands, Arab Sports, DU and XLDBC reject. You idiot. No, I'm not an ex LDBC anything, Mr. Shelton. With all your many goddamn uh burner accounts, Mr. Shelton. I don't know why you don't think I know it's you, you idiot. You're the only one that comes through here with this tomfoolery, Mr. Shelton. I mean, don't you understand that you can only pull one trick? You know, you can only pull that once or twice, right? You can't keep pulling that. Oh, somebody already got your ass, Joe DC. Yeah, you beat me to it, Joe. Next time, Joe, let him comment because I'm gonna boot his ass from the town. But after this 5 minutes, nobody time him out. Boot his ass from the channel. That's Mr. Schultz from the LDBC. He always comes with these obscure comments about me. In the LDBC, not ex LDBC 78 sent the message down for me to join. I declined, and then all of a sudden, none of them like me anymore. So, whatever, you know. I wouldn't want to be a part. I didn't want to be a part of any groups when I joined the YTBC. I was offered to be part of NBBC with my guy DT3 Boom. Back when I used to be UGC, I was offered to be, UGC. I declined that. I declined every group because I didn't want to be associated with any groups on YouTube community. I decided that when I started the channel. So, Mr. Shelton, and this is Mr. Shelton here, guys. Shelton just, it's just like those LGBTC channels that he hovers through. You don't see Mr. Shelton much at Blood's channel because Blood is too real. He keep it too, he keep it 100. You see Mr. Shelton floating around at Fred Barbershop at 78 and BFTB and on. You even see Mr. Shelton over there on Aki TV, not even the LDBC. Mr. Shelton likes to hover around the tomfoolery and the lies and the deception and so forth. Uh, see in his comment that he's all about the lies and deception. So shout out to you, Mr. Shelton. You idiot. Now, back to it. I have a question regarding Pac-Man. Yeah, man. Pac fighting McGregor, gonna lose the belt. Ugas is probably going to be elevated. Spence is probably going to slide in there for the fight. There you go. I ain't talking about back today and that Crawford and that shit. We're going to talk Canelo today, Joshua. Could Canelo make? Yeah, he can make it. He can make it. Canelo could have gone undisputed at 160. Uh, yeah, well, I don't know, Trey. I just had a live on that couple weeks ago where I was giving Canelo flame for that. Even though Canelo's my guy, KD, I'm not one of these channels that want to just, not able to criticize their favorite fighters. You know what I mean, Katie? So I agree with you, bro. There's something else we agree with. We agree about Jamel and we agree about that foolishness with Canelo at 160. And um, when he said that he was going to clean out 168, that's why I flamed Canelo for that because, bro, you promised me you was going to clean out 160, and you never did it. Now you're talking about cleaning out 168. So, yeah, he got flamed for that from me, KD. We already went through that. You can go back and watch the live. It's posted up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree with you there, bro. Yildrim, Mexican homecoming, BJS May. Yeah, yeah. UK, all these other cats in different ways just need to do their thing. Yeah, except Fish, Theo, Fimo, Lopez. You know what I mean? Don't leave out my guy Teofimo Fish. However, I do agree with you. These guys need to step it up and get it done. But you got guys doing their thing. Look, Kosei Tanaka and you know, Juan Francisco Estrada and Chocolatito. Emmanuel Navarrete is doing his thing. He's fighting consistently. Virgil Ortiz is doing well. Monster Nori. So you got guys that's doing well. You just got a load of these marquee fighters that's not doing what they're supposed to do, Fish. You know what I mean? But don't forget my guy, Teofimo Lopez. He is not fucking around, Fish. He's not fucking around. Canelo would retire Spence. Nah, he wouldn't retire Canelo. Spence is too tough. He'll beat the hell out of Spence, and Spence would lose that fight, but he wouldn't retire Spence. He's too tough, man. He's too tough. Killaway got thrown from a fucking car and came in there and got punched on by Danny Garcia and talking about fighting Canelo. You do the math, fam. He wouldn't retire anything. He'll beat the shit out of him, but he wouldn't retire anything. And Killaway, I don't know if you forgot that you over here on Speak Your Mind Sports Talk, but let me remind you, Killaway Z, it will be no Errol Spence blasphemy on this channel, Killaway. Now, I must remind people of that. No Errol Spence blasphemy. No Teofimo blasphemy. No Tyson Fury well, y'all can get away with some things with Tyson Fury. No Canelo blasphemy and no Canelo Charlo blasphemy. I won't have it. As far as Tyson Fury, he's a nut. So a lot of the things people complain about Tyson Fury, I can't even defend. So, you get away with some Tyson Fury heat over here. But the rest of them, forget about it. It ain't going down like that. Not having it. They gave Vitaly Klitschko. Man, what you, Joshua? Canelo, Anvi Yildrim. Canelo. Jamal said he would go up to 168. Yeah, Jamal's an idiot. And which would probably be another negative narrative from these guys. So let's touch on this right now about the Jamal situation. Canelo, Anvi Yildrim. Why are you fighting Anvi Yildrim? He should fight Jamal. Jamal said he'll go up to 168. To hell with Jamal Charlo. Okay. Anvi Yildrim's a mandatory. Jamal is not. That's the first thing. Second thing, Jamal need to go talk to Al Heyman and get a fight with Caleb Plant. That's what he need to do. If you're gonna go to 168, go fight Caleb Plant, collect the belt. That's the second thing he needs to do because you have nothing to pull Canelo to you if you do jump up to 168. Right now, to me, that's more cloud chasing. Canelo just gave a plan, handle is mandatory, and then he's going to fight BJS. Now, while he's fighting Anvi Yildrim, while he's fighting BJS, Jamal Charlo, you can beat Canelo to the Caleb Plant fight. You can get it there first. You can beat him to that fight. Go up there and fight Caleb Plant. That is good for both of you guys because you got a name in the PBC. Caleb Plant's a champion. That's a fight that can make you guys some money. Go make it happen. And then whoever comes out the winner, guess what? Canelo wants to get the belt at 168, Jamal Charlo. Take your ass up to 168. Go talk to Al Heyman since it's an in-house deal and fight Caleb Plant. Do that, Jamal Charlo. Do that. But you put no heat on Canelo and all of you idiots out there that's ready to come out with a video talking about Jamal Charlo and Canelo ducking Charlo to fight Anvi Yildrim. Go smack yourself. Cal says, D, who do you want to see train Yildirim since he's considering leaving? I don't care. Oh, Yard. Oh, I don't know, man, but I don't know. We'll talk about that on another session or something, Jakal, because I did read that he's, and he didn't say he's leaving them yet. He actually said, I'm not saying that I'm splitting with Tunde, but I have to reconsider. So he didn't actually say that he was leaving them yet, but he's kind of alluding to it, and he definitely needs to. He needs to get the hell away from Tunde. I've been saying this anyway for a long time because Tunde Ajayi just he's not good for Anthony Yard. No way, shape, and form, in my opinion. What does Jamal offer to Canelo? Zilch. Nothing, Canelo. Nothing. And until he go get that belt from Plant, that's exactly what he'll continue to offer him. Nothing. Joe say, even if you were LDC, it proves you were woken. No, I was never LDBC. I used to hang around those guys all the time, go to their channels, and all of them was cool with me, right? They didn't even mind me disagreeing with them sometimes. And then when 78 sent down the fucking invitation, and I turned the invitation down because I didn't want to be a part of no groups. Next thing I know, I became the enemy. It was a few channels that kept it a beam. Like I said, Blood. I was over on Blood. I would comment, disagree. He never kicked me off the channel. He was always a solid stand-up guy. And he don't push these bullshit narratives. He keep it real how he see it. If he sees something different from you, just believe that Blood ain't coming from no narrative. Scrapbook boxing. He's all about the history of boxing. Cali Enigma, you might not agree with whatever he say and all of that, but he's a solid dude. He's a good dude. Blue Blood does his thing, but he's not the worst. You know what I mean? But Blue Blood, Junior the Truth. No, not Blue Blood. Let me not put that on. Junior the Truth. What's his name? BFTB, Fanon, Fred. All of them start treating me differently. I go to their channel. I had wrenches on their channels, right? I go to their channel, my wrench removed, and it's all because I declined to be a part of the group. So whatever, man. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Fuck that. Whoever's mad, fuck them. Whoever's not, my dude. Period. That's how I look at it. Jamal needs to stop being. Yeah, exactly. Well said. My fault, D. I've been on that line of thinking for a minute. Yeah, no, it's all good, fam. It's all good. Douglas Allen in the building. What's up? Demetrius Champ is one that has okay. Touche. Gabe Lopez, what's good with you, Gabe? He said, I don't think he can make one. So yeah, he can. Guys, remember he started off at 154. Just because he went up and fought Kovalev don't mean he's a 175-pound guy, man. He can make 160. He can make 160, and I don't think they'll have much problem making it. Canelo never really had a chance for undisputed, thanks to IBFP stripping him to. Yeah, he had a chance for undisputed, and it's not to blame IBFP. IBF is to blame Oscar De La Hoya. Because if Oscar De La Hoya would have gotten the paperwork in time and the contracts and then he wouldn't have gotten stripped. So we cannot blame the IBF for that. You got to blame Oscar De La Hoya, which is why Canelo got the hell away from him. But to say that he never had the opportunity, he did have the opportunity. He had the opportunity, Kalur. Okay? Oscar screwed it up. But that's a reason that he got screwed up. That doesn't change the fact he had the opportunity. He most certainly had the opportunity. WBO title wasn't in play for 160 for Canelo. You know, again, guys, I think y'all getting a lot of that mixed up. Just like I said, he had the opportunity to be undisputed, but uh Oscar messed things up. I think he would beat Andre. Uh Only guy I see beating Canelo is Big Charlo. Well, um we agree on Andre. We don't agree on Charlo. Charlo beat the Reverend Chico, which would get slaughtered by Canelo. You tell me somebody who Charlo beat that gives you the idea he could beat Canelo. He took Brandon Adams, who was a reality show star, won the contender, coming up from 154. He took him 12 rounds, KD Trey 5. He struggled with an older Matt Korobov in their fight when they did the double when Jamel lost, KD Trey 5. What fight are you telling me in the last 3 or 4 fights to show you Jamal Charlo beats Canelo? So you're just a fan. I don't know why you think he beats him. If you could break the fight down, if you could tell me how he beats him, I don't know why. Because I know the styles of both of these guys. I study very well in ring activity. So I don't see what you see, fam. Jamal scared to fight. He don't want to step. Yeah, man. He clout chasing, man. He clout chasing. Make something of yourself. Like I said, you in house with Caleb Plant. Step up to 168, snatch that belt. Then Canelo has to come to you, Charlo. No choice. If you really want it, go prove it. You'll do two things. You'll finally do something with yourself and prove you beating a valid opponent outside of an older Derevyachenko, right? So you'll do that. You'll satisfy that, and then you'll get something that Canelo wants, that title. So go up there, get that title, or shut the fuck up. That's what I say about Jamal Charlo. How will he clear out 168? He said he don't want any more Mexicans. Well, Benavidez is not a champion, Iceman. Did you forget that Canelo has that belt now that Benavidez once had? Benavidez lost his belt to the scales, Iceman. Did you forget all of this? And then Mauricio Suleiman offered up the WBC belt in the fight with Callum Smith. So now Canelo's a unified champion at 168. He doesn't need Benavidez. The only two steps he has left is BJS, which he's going to be fighting in May, Iceman. And then there will be only one belt, Callum Smith. So you tell me, Iceman, where the hell does David Benavidez play into the picture and him clearing out 168? Because he can clear out 168 without getting in the ring with David Benavidez. Got to think about that, Iceman. Got to think about that. Spence said he's not here for the long with that payday. Man, look, Killer will stop it, man. You don't know much about Spence, and I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. You only know the hate and vitriol of Spence and Killer. You've already admitted you're a one-sided guy, so I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about Spence because you don't know much about my guy. How long have you been following him? Tell the truth. I've been following him since he was hollering about Keith Thurman and Sean Porter when Keith Thurman was still at the top. How long have you been following Spence Killer? All right. I don't see anyone beating Canelo at 160 or 168. He's got a chin of granite and knows when. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't see him being beat either. I think he cleans it out. I think he cleans it out like he plans on doing, Blues. I'm excited for the showdown later this year. Canelo versus BJS. Well, yeah, I'm excited for Jose Tanaka and Ioka on the 31st. Huge fight. Check it out. It's gonna be a banger. Tashi, what's good with you? He said show was lit the other day. That UK lady back. Oh yeah, yeah. Lady Shan. Yeah, she's beast. Placed with TC. We got the top five. Yeah, man. Yeah, that show was that was a good one. A long one too, Tashi. D Jefferson, bro, those messages are a minute apart. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm always behind, Joshua. Good morning, chat. And D Jefferson, LT in the building. What's good, LT? Said Jamal was Canelo's mandatory at one point. Sure, they elevated him to the franchise and whatever, man. Canelo offered Jamal a fight and he didn't take it, Katie. So stop it again. Get out of here with this Jamal love, bro. Your dude is doing nothing. Period. He's just like Devin Haney, KD. Accept it. Jamal's doing nothing. He's just like Devin Haney, crying for Teofimo, but done nothing. Jamal crying for Canelo, but done nothing. Canelo's fought 5 champions back to back. Look at Jamal's last 5 fights and then talk to me. Stop it with the Jamal shit, fam. Nobody cares about Jamal Charlo and his cries. He should have took the fight with Andre. He didn't. What you got to say about that, KD? Should have took the fight. 7 million. They extended it to 10. He didn't take it. Then he had a chance to fight Canelo and didn't take it. So can that shit. Nobody want to hear nothing about Jamal. Tell him to go fight Caleb Plant, get a belt, and make himself valuable and prove himself. Do that. Jamal need that Plant fight, but there's no way if Plant gets through the battle of the. Yeah, right. That's a light touch. You know what I mean? He should just go fight Jamal after that. That's the tune-up. Caleb Truax is a tune-up for Caleb Plant to fight Jamal. That's perfect. That's a perfect scenario. That's exactly what that is. He's fighting a tune-up, and then you fight Jamal coming up, which legitimately is a tune-up and a guy coming up in weight, no matter how you look at it. Because Jamal's coming up for 160, so that's an easy road for Caleb Plant. He shouldn't complain. But I'll tell you this: Caleb Plant ain't worried about no Jamal Charlo. I guarantee you, Caleb Plant will fight Jamal Charlo in a heartbeat. Caleb Plant got balls. Jamal don't. He ain't doing nothing. Caleb Plant winning, defending his belt. What Jamal doing? I don't even know, man. I don't even follow that franchise title, Douglas Allen. It's stupid. I wish they just removed the damn thing. But I doubt it. He's still a champion at 160, so why would he? Probably still has it. What's up, IBT? What's good with your fam? Katie, please link when Jamal was mandated to. Man, Katie Trade 5 just a Jamal fan. He don't even know half of what he talking about, bro. Yeah, yeah, guys, yeah, y'all get him. He don't know what the hell he talking about. The dude just coming with some narrative. Something he probably heard over there on Ego or Fanon, Blue Blood or something. Might have been telling some lies or something. That's probably where he got that nonsense from, and he think it's true. Because he used those channels as sources, and he thinks everything they say is true. They don't pick up anything and read and find out the truth. They lied to you, KD. So stop listening to them because they lied to you, and I can prove it. What you can't prove, KD, is that he was, but I can prove to you how he wasn't. Stop listening to their lies, and maybe you'll learn something about this sport. Make sure you visit this channel a little more often, KD, because you ain't gonna get nothing but the truth over here. That bullshit that you listening to and coming over here with, that's lies. And you're a minion because they won't come over here. Blue Balls just don't punch drunks live. So not like, but they won't come over here and tell me about this bullshit, the mandates and all of that. No, because they hear what I'm saying. They know what I'm saying is the truth. Look, they know boxing too. I tell you guys this all the time. They know boxing too. Because to create these narratives, to finagle the truth, you have to know the truth. So they know the truth. And when they hear me out here spitting the truth, they know they can't combat that because they know I can pull up all kind of shit to slam them. And they got a safe face. So the minions like you and P Boxing and all of them, y'all come over here to do their dirty work. Well, guess what? Y'all just get mashed up the same way they would. So they want a safe face. They don't want to come over here and get mashed up. You got to understand that. That's the thing. So, stop being a pawn on the chessboard, Katie, and go challenge them to prove it. Other than that, you just a pawn on the chessboard, and they sending you over here to the king. Ain't gonna win, fam. The franchise belts could stand to have presented. Yeah, man, fuck that franchise belt, Joshua. That's what I say. That franchise belt caused so much trouble. Caused trouble for Canelo, Charlo, Teofimo, Haney. That franchise belt has been nothing but a nightmare. T-Tone Toledo fight for February. Nobody doing it like Canelo. Nope. Nope. Canelo doing it big. Better than everybody in boxing. Canelo debut as a welterweight. Yep. Yep. All the way 147. Jefferson, let me be the first to tell you Happy New Year. Oh, appreciate you. Appreciate you, fam. Says I don't know what that says at the bottom, but appreciate you, Leo Sanders Lucas. Man, IBT says salute fellas. Doug Allen said the fight was not mandated, but he was a mandatory. And Suleiman said Charlo would fight the winner of UGG Canelo fight. Yeah, he just said that Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell will fight Devin Haney. See if it happens. Suleiman says a lot of shit that don't even fucking happen. Yeah, Oscar sounds toxic as a promoter. Yeah, he was, man. That's why Canelo dipped from him. Neil Sanders dude said, oh, okay. Here we go. Let me be the first to wish you a happy new year. I already got knocked into the next year. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Tank damn sure did. He sent them on a future ride in that fight, didn't he, Leo? 147, and also fought 140 jump. Oh yeah. The fight was not mandated, but was the y'all get him, teach him, man, teach him. He don't know no better. Boxing virus in the building. What's good? He don't know no better. The IB, if the IBF fight ain't mandated, then he wasn't a mandatory. Yeah. KD, he been a little quiet, been like a little silent mouse since y'all start dropping the truth on him. He probably gonna go back and ask for none and them. Is that the truth? I did forget. My bad. It's all good. I don't know what that. Miguel Mojito was good with your Yamato. He said, "How is Yildirim even number one with the WBC?" I don't know, man. I don't know. No, they probably paid for the rankings. You know what I mean? Go down like that. Why? I don't know. Maybe Canelo helped him out. Don't even sparring with him and all that type of shit. Maybe looking him out, throwing him a bone. Not to mention he's coming off a lost WBC in their antics. Yeah, they owe him because he lost the headbutt decision. Probably could be something like that. Who knows why Yildirim isn't number one with the WBC? Who cares? He's fighting Canelo. I don't care if he's number one through number 10. All you gotta be is 1 through 10 to fight the champ. So somehow he's getting the belt. I don't really care what his ranking is. Mike from Boston, what's up? Canelo would beat Jamal. Yeah, for sure. I think so. I think so. Should have been Benavidez versus Yildirim win against the WBC. Should have been, but hey, man, this is what it is. Makes the road quicker, man. I want four belt undisputed. Think I want to put any obstacles or roadblocks in between. You know, I did a live about that, guys. We got 7 potential four belt undisputed matches coming up in 2021. 7. This one for 168 will probably spill over into no, he could actually get this done. He could actually get 168 cleaned up. Because he's supposed to fight BJS in May. So that'll be 3 belts. And then he's talking about Plant in September. That'll clean up 168 right there. So that's 8. We could have 8 potential uh undisputed matches. I mean, you got Canelo, you got Canelo Charlo, you got Earl Spencer Crawford if they ever stop dicking around. You got Josh Taylor, Jose Ramirez, you know, Teofimo Lopez, potentially Devin Haney matchup. Man, it's so many. Annoying those guys down there. Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Undisputed all around potential matches. I don't want anything, any obstacles to be in the way. So although Mauricio Suleiman is full of shit and he does a lot of foolery, hey man, this is foolery that benefits the fans. So y'all stop complaining about that. It just takes an extra step out of the way. And David Benavidez is not disciplined. Y'all don't turn into these Tank Davis fans over this David Benavidez shit, dog. Like, think about it. All of you guys that's sour about David Benavidez, don't be like the other side. Don't turn into a Tank Davis. This dude lost his belt from cocaine, and he lost his belt from being undisciplined, losing it on the scale. He had his belt twice, and he lost it twice because of him. How many guys compete in this sport and never get an opportunity to have a championship belt? And now y'all sitting here bitching about David Benavidez. To hell with David Benavidez. Don't be a Tank Davis fan, Miguel Mojica, and anybody else who's crying about David Benavidez. He sniffed his title away. And then he gave his title away from eating goddamn Takis and chalupas. To hell with David Benavidez right now. Right? Why we clamoring on about David? There y'all go again, clamoring on about guys who's not doing it in boxing. And then you're talking about a guy who's doing everything. Like, I don't want to hear about David Benavidez because he blew it. If he made weight, he wouldn't have Canelo wouldn't have his belt. Why are we talking about David Benavidez? If Charlo tries to get that belt from Plant, then he's trying to fight Canelo. Right, right. If not, he'll probably fight someone no one cares about and blame Canelo for. Exactly. Exactly. If he really wants that opportunity, go earn it. Go fight Plant. Now you have something that is an obstacle for Canelo. He has to come to you to do what he said, clean out 168. It's just that easy. You got all the cards on your side. You're in the PBC. Go talk to Al, like you tell everybody else. Now you go talk to Al, Jamal Charlo. You go talk to Al Jamal. Benavidez or Charlo need to fight. No, no, look, tell with Benavidez. Charlo need to fight Plant. Canelo don't want to fight Mexicans, and Benavidez is not a factor. He gave his belt away. Benavidez is out of the picture. I don't care about Benavidez. Period. Charlo need to go fight Plant. Here's another one. Benavidez has a chance as long as he, yeah, whatever. Damn Benavidez. I don't know why they don't give Benavidez more smoke, IBT. It's crazy. Like I said, now, see, this is where the Mexican fans is. See, the Mexican fans, this is where I said things are the same on both sides. And people throw complaints. Like, they throw complaints about the black fans and the Tank Davis and Wilder food. But y'all doing it with Benavidez now. Same shit. If y'all gonna keep supporting this, then y'all just like those black fans that y'all cry about with Tank Davis. When they fuck up, give them their smoke. Don't see her crying about Benavidez' chances to Canelo. Y'all just like the other side with that shit. And y'all doing it just because he's a Mexican. Don't lie. Keep it real, because I'm gonna charge you for the bullshit. I already know it. Like it or not, get mad. Unsubscribe. Get the fuck on. I don't care. Or just accept it as the truth, because that's what it is. Right? Don't be like Tank Davis fans. Give Benavidez his smoke and stop sitting up here bitching about Benavidez and his chance and all of that shit. Stop it, fam. Yeah, stop that. I don't want to hear about no damn Benavidez. They tell lies everywhere, Joshua. I only asked because the whole point of the franchise was not to leave the mandatories. Yeah, but that's at 160. That's at 160, Douglas Allen. He doesn't have a franchise belt at 168, so he's required to follow the mandatory. You can't have a mandatory at 160 or a franchise belt at 160 and then duck every mandatory at 168. I don't believe it works that way. Franchise belt, just like the Super or the WBO belt, you can use the exclusion for that in the next weight class to fight to fight for that title, which is why Mauricio Suleiman, and there's probably going to be his explanation, which is why he put it on the line because of being the franchise at 160. He has the exclusion to fight for the belt at 168. So Mauricio just puts it on the line because he could fight for the belt automatically. He could fight for the belt by being a franchise champion, but the franchise status doesn't elevate. I mean, doesn't go up to 168. Only the exclusion that works at 168 that he can fight the champion, but he does. He's not a franchise champion at 168. Like Teofimo's the franchise champion at 135. Canelo's the franchise champion at 160. 168 is out of the picture. Doesn't matter. He has to satisfy those mandatories. Uh, because it's yeah. You know that's all a part of it. Mark said Benavidez is the Mexican take. Yeah, exactly, Mark. You got it. You got it. Oh, it's fucking around. You 23 years old, sniffing cocaine and acting silly. Benavidez said Callum Smith was tired by whatever, man. He was coked out before the fight, so to hell with him. Talking about Callum Smith. At least Callum Smith didn't lose his belts to the scale because he was shoving cocaine up his nose. So down what Benavidez is talking about. Callum Smith was a warrior, stayed in shape. He was ready for the fight, and 4 weeks notice. Damn Benavidez. Don't nobody care what he says. Stop sniffing coke. Keep yourself in shape and shut the fuck up, Benavidez. How about that? Different weight class. He's a franchise. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. In what way, Mark? In what way, Iceman? Discipline outside of the ring. Yeah, what do you mean? In what way? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm behind as usual. All right, guys, let me slide down here. Slide down here. Okay, here go KD. KD says, bro, when did I say the fight was mandated? He was mandated. Yeah, okay, well, whatever, man. He didn't get the fight. What did you say about him turning down the fight when he had a chance? Because you didn't speak on that, bro. Please tell me when you see me on. I don't know, bro. I'm just saying what you're talking is from those narratives. So I've heard it because I am on those channels. Right? I do go to those channels. I go to Fred, BFTV, Blue Blood, 78. I go listen. So I hear the same shit you saying is the same shit they saying. And if you got a channel, I don't even know of your channel, but I know of theirs. So that's where I heard it first. So I don't know whether you're there or not, but somehow you got the word because you damn sure saying the same fucking words they saying, Katie. David Benavidez is only 23 and has already been stripped due to missing weight doing cocaine, and he's stalled out. Yeah, exactly. No smoke for him though. Pretty strange to me too, IBT. Pretty strange to me too, fam. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Exactly. Katie, you become mandatory. Yeah, yeah, y'all get him. Get him. Get Katie. Let him know. Y'all let him know. Educate the young man. I was never a Charlo fan, but impressed. Me versus Severin Tinko. That dude never really lost a fight. That's great. The Canelo only lost to Floyd. Charlo is not on Floyd's level. So what's your point? That's all Canelo lost to was Floyd. So if you're gonna say his loss to Floyd means anything concerning Charlo, just don't get it. Because he lost to a ATG. Charlo ain't no fucking ATG, dude. That's Canelo's only loss to an ATG. All-time great KD Trayvon. That's it. Only loss. You think Charlo ain't even a fucking Hall of Famer, dude. Fuck out of here. Charlo never lost. Who cares? Y'all put too much emphasis on a loss, man. Canelo's the best in boxing with a loss, and all y'all keep running around and talking about who hasn't lost. Think about how idiotic that is. Just think about this, Katie. You got to think to yourself, you got to say, damn, that is kind of crazy. Y'all run around talking about a loss, and the best guy in boxing doing the most has a fucking loss. The best heavyweight, at least one of them, between Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, the best heavyweight has a loss. Why y'all putting so much value? And the loss that Anthony Joshua had made him bigger than he was before he lost. You guys with this damn loss shit need to panic, man. Joshua is bigger now than before he lost. Do you get it? Canelo is bigger now than before he lost. Do you get it? Tank ain't done shit, and he ain't nowhere near as big as Canelo and Joshua, and he hasn't lost. So what the fuck does y'all loss mean, bro? That's a stupid fucking ideology for this sport, bro. This is combat sports. Y'all put so much value into a loss. It means nothing. The two biggest guys in boxing both have losses, and y'all cannot dispute that. Tank Davis don't make a pittance of what Anthony Joshua or Canelo makes, and they have losses. You guys are idiotic with this fucking loss shit, man. Think about it, KD. The two biggest guys in boxing have losses, and y'all run around clamoring on about a damn loss. So it's stupid. I think Canelo versus Charlo will look like a sparring session. No, it won't, man. Canelo beats Charlo, but Charlo gives him a tougher match than Callum Smith just did. I bet you that. I bet you any money. Bet you any money Charlo gives him a way tougher fight than Callum Smith just did. So man, can that man see that's why I think sometimes it goes overboard. Like Charlo ain't no damn sparring session or tune up for Canelo. He ain't gonna beat him, but he ain't no fucking sparring session or tune up. That me, that's taking it too far. Tio versus Josh, huge fire. That's what Teofimo trying to do. He trying to do. He putting himself in a position where he can lose. You can't cry about that. You can't say nothing about that. Teofimo's putting himself into a fight where he can lose. And you can argue that Canelo not even doing that. Nobody was worried about Canelo losing to any of these fights. None of them. Teofimo doing something that Canelo not doing. Right? Who can he lose to? Bivol or Beterbiev. That would be Canelo's equivalent to going up to fight Josh. With Teofimo. So Teofimo's the man, bro. Just look at why he was #1 contender for like, yeah, get him, Canelo, get him. BJS will put out for some reason in May saying he don't have enough time. He wants, man, whatever, bro. They should strip him if he do. Yeah, who cares? He still don't matter. Mark said, "What's up, Jay Blues?" Benavidez would bounce back, man. Nobody care. I'm not talking about Benavidez right now. What's good? Question mark. What's good? What you found? Oh, Charles, best win versus a guy. Uh, First loss came to. Yeah. No, the Reverend Chenko's his best win. I think Billy really wants to fight. Doubt he will pull out. Yeah, man, look, Billy Joe Saunders pulled out of a lot of fights, but none of them was paying him like this Canelo fight. That's what y'all got to think about too. A lot of these guys doing stuff for the big prize, for the lottery ticket. Billy Joe Saunders get ready to get the lottery ticket. The lottery ticket. If he pulls out of this fight, what is he in boxing for? If you're not in it to be great, if you're not in it for the money, what the hell are you around for? God, I don't see why he would pull out. I'm with Jordan. Like, why? Darkness is falling. What's good with you, brother? I ain't seen you in a minute. He said the problem is Caleb Plant gonna accept the third offer. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even know. But those guys at the PBC, tell who with that. Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo will be each other's best fights. Think about that. Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo will be both of their best fights. Both of them. Literally. On their entire resumes. Fighting each other will satisfy so much for the both of them. It puts the biggest name on their resume, whoever wins. They have the title which Canelo wants, whoever wins. So there's a big payday that's in line. That's the best fight for them, each other. No questions. The internet, cocaine, strip clubs, and Floyd are still. Yeah. Yes, he was Mando before Quebec, but only. Yeah, that's right, Mark. Get him. Teach the young buck. Teach him. He don't know no better. 168 is a good god awful division. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's why I was going to give Benavidez some smoke. He deserves some smoke. He deserve it. He deserve all that smoke. I'm just not even going to give him energy. You know, I mean, I'll answer y'all responses to him, but I ain't giving Benavidez no energy until he do something with himself and stop fucking around. Random question: do you think Edgar Belonga versus Carlos Gongora is excellent? Nah, I don't know, man. Belonga's an enigma. I just want to see him move up the right way. Uh Gongora is a tough character, man. Isn't he at 175? I think Gongora might beat Belonga because he was getting outboxed, man, by Makhmadov. He was getting outboxed. I mean, He showed a lot of resilience. He had that uppercut was really good. He could take a good punch. So I don't know, man. I would have to pick. Honestly, I would probably pick Gongora over Edgar Belonga because we just haven't seen enough. Dude hasn't even fought 2 rounds boxing virus. Not even 2 rounds. Gongora just went to a 12-round war and stopped the guy. Like, oh, I can't. No fucking way, bro. I couldn't pick Belonga over him. No way. And he showed the ability to take punches. Gotta go with Gongora all day. I see Tito said Canelo said he prefers not to fight Mexicans. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah. He don't need to fight Benavidez. What should have White should have taken the AJ fight? What do you mean he should have taken the AJ fight? He was trying to get it. He was offering everybody else but Dillian White. Question mark. At the time when he was trying to get it, they was offering everybody else but Dillian White. Do you remember when Joshua jumped up in Wembley Stadium? I tell you, I promise the fans, I promise if it's not tomorrow, the next, it'd be Dillian White right here. And that shit never materialized. He was trying to get Joshua. Hearn is, in between both of them, they could have set that up. See, this is the thing, man. Y'all do it with the PBC, do it with Hearn. Keep the same energy, fam. Back when Joshua climbed up in that ring, the next thing we hear is Joshua needs a fight in the United States, and then he was going to be fighting Big Baby Miller. Big Baby Miller got caught with half the pharmacy in there. Then they start offering everyone else, right? They lowball. They sent White a lowball offer. They offered fucking Ruiz and Ortiz more money than they was willing to give White. Come on, man. Y'all keep it real. Her could have gave White a good piece of change and got back in there with Joshua. Exactly what he could have did, but they was fucking around, bro. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. T-Tone is pro-Mexican. Didn't work the first time, wanted a different route. Can't blame him. Yeah. But is Sean Porter Crawford mandatory? No, he's a mandatory. He's not a number one contender. But excellent fight. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I think Belonga's a heavy underdog boxing virus. I don't think it's a good fight. I think that's too much for him right now. That's too dangerous of a fight for Belonga right now. I don't think it's an excellent fight, man. Phil, what's good? Phil said, would people consider Canelo an advantage, cocaine an advantage? It could be. I don't know if people would consider it, but it damn sure could be. Seth in the building. What's good, Seth? Seventh last week, I'll be top 5 in the prediction league. I got the betting app prediction. Yeah, man. Ain't nobody worried about no betting app. That betting app gonna mess around and steer you wrong, Phil. Mandatory. Yeah. Betting app ain't better than me and Mark, Jamstar and IBT. So you better get you better get you a better source. Canelo will let Charlo fight GGG or Dudu, and he'll drop back to 160 and scoop up 2 more belts from the winner. Easy work. Yeah, could be, fam. But I think Benavides and Canelo do big numbers. Just my opinion, but Charlo is staying busy with others. Don't hear anything from him. Yeah, you don't hear nothing, but from Benavides, Canelo. Yeah, man, to hell with Benavides. It might do big numbers. So what? Canelo got a lot of fights to do big numbers. He don't need Benavides. He has nothing to offer, fam. The dude wants to clean out 168. Yildrim is a mandatory. Where does Benavides serve a purpose for Canelo? Canelo only serves a purpose for Benavides, getting his belt back that he wasn't disciplined enough to keep. To hell with Benavides, man. Like, to hell with him. Number one contender if Sean wants to fight Bud. Yeah, he already said he'll fight. Now they talk about Bud said for him to send the contract over or whatever. I don't understand that either, man. Because see, Bud told him to send the offer over, right? But then all of these Crawford fans, never mind, bro. I'm gonna save it for the video. Save it for the video. Well, yeah, it's all bullshit with Deshaun Porter. He didn't finish it. Benavidez looked gassed in the fifth round against Alexis Angulo. Uh, yeah, man, my bad, Remy. I probably did because Benavidez just ain't a factor to me. Yeah, he did look gassed later in that fight. Anyone got a recipe for rabbit stew? Nope, but they probably got some good ones online. I had that long time ago when I used to eat. It's pretty good too. Yep, Tony. Charlo ducked at least three DAZN. Yeah, he did, man. Charlo, he just, Al Heyman told him not to take it, and he never took it. I said the Reverend Chinko never lost. He lost to GGG and Jacobs, bro. What are you talking about? Dude, man. Where you from? KD Trey. Why don't you pull him up on box rec? And he if he only lost to Charlo, he should have one loss. So go pull it up on box rec and see how you're terribly mistaken. That's what you do. Then come back and talk to us. Jeez, man. I don't know where you guys get this information from. There isn't anyone else who I see taking workout that put Canelo. No, nobody has that ear to punches. Coming. He walked through Smith's punches like, yeah, I know he did, bro. He did. You can't. I don't see these guys beating him. If Charlo was an ATG, then Devin Haney becomes. Yeah, really. Charlo ain't no damn ATG. Nah, he will become a ATG after Gamboa, because Charlo must have been the ATG after the Reverend Chinko, which is even worse because the Reverend Chinko gets much more respect than damn Gamboa. I gave Charlo full respect for beating the Reverend Chinko. I gave Devin Haney no respect for beating Gamboa, none at all. It was Tank's leftover. What kind of respect are you supposed to get for that? All these fanboys brainwashed from the Mayweather era of having that. Oh yeah, bro, put too much value into having a loss when the two biggest names in boxing got a loss. That's just stupid. It's about opinion, right? I think Canelo should have three. Man, whatever. He don't. What's in the books? Ain't nobody trying to hear these robbery shits, man. What's in the books? Nobody cares what you think. You got one loss. Floyd Mayweather. Don't matter. Bradley should have had a loss to Pacquiao, right? Chavez should have had a loss to Pernell Whitaker. These recent robberies. Gallo should have a loss to Rodriguez right now. Nobody care about that. A lot of people think Canelo should have a loss to DDD. Nobody care about that. What's in the books? Wilder should have two losses to Fury, right? Or it should be 1-1. However you want to look at it. Nobody want to care about that. All that crying about robberies and stuff. As it lies right now, he has losses, and Canelo only has one. So you was wrong about all of that. No matter how you try to justify it with what your personal opinions are. What's in the books? KD's still not impressed to beat Sergey Derenchenko. Well, I think it was, especially the way he beat him. I don't. I gave Jamal full credit for that, really. Not that long ago, Floyd said Tank is too young for Loma, 23. Right. That's how old Canelo was when he fought. Right. At 26 years old, Floyd said he's not ready for a 23-year-old until Teofimo Lopez. Right? Yeah, y'all keep buying all that Floyd nonsense, man. He don't forget about Manny has many losses. Yeah, yeah. Nobody cares about losses. And he's absolutely the best in boxing right now, Manny Pacquiao. Absolutely the best. Absolutely. Overall, he's a walking ATG. Absolutely the best with multiple losses. I take that must not go shit and throw it out the window. The gap between Floyd and Charlo is like the gap between heaven and earth. Yeah, really. Really, no comparison. Chicano Prophet, what's up with your fam? Trout, that's a bit bold. All right, guys, I'm gonna slide down. Some people's comments are gonna get missed. Virtuoso, what's good, brother? That's what it means, D. The Rev lost to Jacobs. Canelo beat. Oh, okay. Triangle. Let me put this link in the chat, man. KD Trey 5, you can come click this link. Yeah, and I can, instead of all of these damn chats, I can demolish that nonsense while you right up here. Because, boy, you got it all twisted. You the next victim on being educated on Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. I don't know where you get your information from, but it's flawed. Highly flawed. All right, link in the chat. Link in the chat. Mando Solo in the building said Billy Joe is a joke. I used to like him, but he's ducked too many people. Yeah, messed around too much. Yeah, bunch of great fighters got losses, man. Loss don't mean nothing. Reverendchenko is still a really good name. Yeah, to have a top five. Yeah, exactly. Not like no damn Gamboa. Shoot, people think GGG lost that fight. He want to talk about some doggone robberies and stuff. People think GGG lost the Reverendchenko. I think he edged it out, but I could see the argument. Chisora has 9 losses. And I don't even think he edged it out. I gave it GGG a solid 7-5. Makes more money than all the over. Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. All of these guys with the O. But that's not all the way fair either, question mark, because he's a heavyweight. So heavyweights traditionally make more money. Ah, Mando, but use Sergey as proof of Charlo being ready to fight Canelo. Yeah, don't work. That definitely don't work. Shiz Biz, what's good? What's good with you? Who's better at 160 right now than Derevyachenko? GGG, Charlo, and we don't know about Andre because he didn't fight him. But GGG and Charlo beat him already. So what do you mean who's better? Charlo and GGG beat him. What are you talking about? Dude, what's wrong with you, man? What the hell is wrong with you? The link is in the chat for you. People just like you. Who hides in a bakery at Christmas? A mint ice. Okay. KD, GGG, Doodoo, Mongia, a few others. Yeah, man. Nah, Mongia not better than the Reverend. Stop that, man. He still got work to do. What did Callum do? Show he was ready for. He had a belt. That's what he did. He was the number one 168-pound champion. He was rated number one over Plant, over BJS. That's what he did. What did Charlo not do? He don't have a belt at 168. How about that? He didn't take the fight when he had the chance. How about that? So what did Charlo not do? The AJ offered White a fight and he declined. Yeah, I said that. He declined because the money wasn't right. Yeah, he declined the fight, but the money was funny. I say the money was funny, Mark, because of the offers they was making to lesser opponents. And the excuse they was using is that they needed an American opponent. That's why I said the offer was fugazi, Mark. But yes, they offered him. He declined because it wasn't enough money to him. And I agree with Dillian White. They lowballed him. So I'm not saying that he declined, but I've already, attacked White for all of the things he did that he could have, he should have took less money. I will say that, Mark. He should have took it. Even though it was less, he should have took the chance. Teofimo took less money, so that's no excuse for Dillian White. I'm not giving them an excuse for that, but I'm not going to say that they didn't lowball him because they did, fam. They did. KD Charlo beating AJ for the belt unifying would be more impressive. Sergey Deverenchenko is great, but never a champion. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good fighter, but he's not a champion. He wasn't a champion. Man, though, he got hurt big time to the body versus the guy who already. So what? There you go. You sound like them now, Killer. He lost. So what? Is he not good because he lost? You sound like the other side. Killer, that's why you shouldn't play one side, bro. You should get more like us. You got too much hate in your heart. And when you come with these arguments, it comes from you're just spewing rhetoric back to the rhetoric that they're spewing. The loss don't mean shit, Killer. Didn't you just hear me tell KD that? And I'm gonna tell you the same thing. Stop it with the loss, bro. Stop it. Stop it. That doesn't mean he's not a good fighter, Killer. Same thing. Keep the same energy. Tanaka UD on the 31st. Ioka. I got Ioka. How was that Andre done to be better than? He's a champion, you idiot. He's a champion. Deverenchenko was never able to capture a championship. Not in a vacant fight, not in a valid fight. So if you've never been a champion, and then you have a guy who is a champion, what would you say, K? What would you say, KD? What the hell is wrong with you, dude? Every comment you put out makes no sense. What's wrong with you? I mean, are you mental? White wanted more for the rematch if he won, so he turned it down. Yeah, exactly. Whatever, man. Again, the offer was made. I agree with you and Mark and everybody else. Yes, AJ, your precious AJ made him an offer. It was a low ball. Y'all don't have to agree with that. We don't have to agree on that question mark. I don't think they gave him enough. They didn't offer him enough. That's my opinion. And your opinion is maybe they did offer him enough. Whatever. I thought that what White's complaint was valid, but he turned down the fight. So essentially, I blame him too. Just like look, Teofimo took less money to get the belts. So I ain't giving White no excuse here. But if you know that the other side did try to juice the situation, don't deny that either. Just like tell the whole story, put all the context in there. That's all I'm saying. Chisora has been, what's up, Mark? Has been 17 title fights. He's lost 9. Deserves those dollars. Yeah. He did make his money. I'll say that. What's up?
Yeah, on that White Joshua situation, right? So White was actually offered more money than Luis Ortiz and Andy Ruiz for the first match, but he wanted a much larger scale on the rematch if he had to beat Joshua, right? So he rejected it because of that. He was given £6.5 million, which would have been a double increase on highest payday, which was a massive thing. £6.5 million is about $8.5 million. Ruiz was given $1.5 million less dollars. He's the only one who can really be held accountable there. He was offered the most money out of all those opponents.
Yeah, Mark, again, I don't agree with y'all. I don't give a fuck that he was offered more than them. He should have been because he was worth way more than them. And that's a fact. The dude had already done pay-per-views. He's already done shit. So I get what you guys saw. He offered more money than them. What I said, what White's complaint was, I agree with. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
For the rematch, he wanted for the rematch.
The rematch, the base, whatever. It wasn't enough. They didn't do enough to please him. That's my opinion on it. They paid what fucking Ruiz $30 million to get the fucking belts back. They could have offered White more. I'm not gonna agree with that shit. They could have offered White more because his stock was way higher than all of those other guys. It was way higher than all of those other guys. So just because they gave him a little bit more than those other guys, fuck that. They should have gave him more. That's my opinion.
From what I understand, Ruiz got 35% in the rematch, and White was offered 35% in the rematch as well.
All right.
So he would have got the same amount in the rematch as Andy, plus he would have made more on baseline. I mean, I get the whole should have been, could have been. He could have been a world champion.
Yeah, and again, I said Teofimo took less. So to Get the opportunity, he should have took it. But what I'm not gonna agree with y'all guys about, or y'all not gonna convince me, is that they couldn't have offered more. I'm not gonna be convinced of that because they most certainly could have offered more.
No,
That's
I'm
all I'm
just
saying.
my only argument is by the end of his career, it could turn out to be a regrettable moment
Yeah, yeah, all
because
of that. I agree with all of that.
because the
I agree
reason
with
why
all of
is,
that.
as you know, the main reason he rejected it, we can talk money and everything, is he was hell bent on getting the Wilder fight. We all know that. He
Yeah,
wanted the Wilder.
look.
He
If he
wanted to
makes
beat
bad
Wilder.
decisions, his career will be fucked. All of that. I don't give a fuck, fam. They didn't offer him enough money. That's all I'm saying. None of that other shit is going to change my perspective on that. They could have offered him more. That's all I'm saying. But to blame White, I always blame White for his own discretions. He did shit to fuck up his chances. There's no denying that. That's not the argument that I'm having here. I say they could have written a bigger check, and that's where I'm at. I'm stuck on that.
Probably. They probably could have written him a bigger check. It was still a career high payday. That's my whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. Just like with Teofimo, 1.7 was 1.2 was a career high payday. But they could have wrote a bigger fucking check, and they did. Right?
That's a
So
lot
I
more.
don't give a shit that it was his career high payday. You fight and you keep accelerating in paydays, and you put yourself in a position to get the best payday, not just your career high payday. Like 1.2 was Teofimo's career high payday, but it wasn't the best payday that he deserved. And everybody agreed with that. He deserved more. So yeah, it was his career high payday. This is arguing point people use. I don't give a fuck what they consider what was considered his career high payday at the time. I feel like he was worth more than that.
Well, based off of what he was able to gross on his own and everything, he was given more than a 100% increase of his market value.
Yeah, well,
And that's all.
that's your opinion, fam. So whatever. It ain't
It's
gonna change
mathematical.
mine. That's your opinion. It ain't gonna change mine. They could have that goddamn number up high enough and the fight would have happened. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Canelo is a hoe for not wanting to fight other Mexicans. He's robbing people of, man, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. He ain't robbing them of nothing when he goes and beats the guys that's beating. He ain't robbing anybody of anything, Mando Solo. You already came in with your Canelo hate during the Callum Smith fight. Remember, you had him being stopped, right? So get out of here with that hate, fam. Yeah, you was in my chat hating on Canelo hard. Then he beat him. What's up, Virtuoso?
Hey, what's good, D? What's up, Mark?
Same old, man. What,
What's
man?
good with you, bro? What's good with you, bro?
Yeah, so
Not
I'm glad y'all on here. I want to talk about something. All right, chat. I'm gonna just slide down to the bottom because y'all already know. If not, King Kong, what's good? Warp Speed, what's up? What's up with you? Because I'm gonna get backed up here anyway. So might as well start at the bottom now. Toby Barlett in the building. What's good with you? All right, so guys, look, Anvi Yildrim, and we already know that a lot of shit is gonna come out behind this. But I'm gonna point out two things right now before the shit storm comes out with these ridiculous videos. First and foremost, right here, Canelo Alvarez was fighting champion after champion after champion after champion, and now he takes on a mandatory and Anvi Yildrim. So I don't want to hear anybody's mouth about him taking on Anvi Yildrim. Second, I got a second point to make to that. That he just fought Callum Smith. He'll fight Anvi Yildrim, and then he's planning on fighting BJS in May, which means after fighting 5 champions back to back, he will fight 2 more in a fucking 6-month span. There's no crying about Anvi Yildrim here. You cannot cry about it.
mm,
So I'll start the discussion off with that. What y'all think about what I said there? Virtuos, what you think?
um I usually judge this fight by like the last fighter he fought in the fashion and way, he beat him. I mean,
Right.
Callum Smith was a WBSS winner, title holder at 168. Uh, I've heard that he had the most jabs in the super middleweight history, and Canelo made him look like it made that fight look like it was a spar matchup for For real. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, he just made it look easy. And I think Callum Smith made it look easy, by lowering himself. But to go from this to Anvi Yildrim, I'm like, okay, this was suspected because they were planning on WBC was planning on sanctioning this fight. They're the ones who actually moved them up. So if they were gonna take the title away from him, that vacant title shot, they know they were gonna save him for another time. They weren't gonna like just screw him over. So I guess they made it look like hey, Canelo fought title, three big names, and then now he's got to take this easy fight. Okay, fine, but judging by his last performance, I'm like, why not fight Billy Joe Saunders or or David Benavidez or go up and wait? But that's fine. That's his decision, and it just shows how his decision making influences the market of the sport. You got him facing Andy Yildirim, and now Billy Joe Saunders has to take a tune-up fight for him to get ready for Canelo Alvarez. So he's not going to take on Demetrius Andrade. Andrade should just take this as a lesson and fight Charlo. Try to make make his resume look a little bit more attractive. So those crying about Canelo that are entitled to it, they gotta wait.
One thing I don't agree with is Billy Joe Saunders needing a tune-up for a guy moving up in weight. No, sir. No, you don't. He's moving up in weight. He don't need no fucking tune-up. No. Plus, it will be a WBO exclusion. I don't believe he'll have a fucking choice. Like Joshua don't have a choice right now. Like Jeff Horn didn't have a choice when Crawford used it. So I don't believe there'll be a choice in the matter. So that's the only thing I disagree with what you said. Everything else, yeah, I'm with you on that. Mark, what you think?
Yeah.
Knew this was going to be happening anyway, the Yildirim thing. Mandatory. Right. Someone has to fight him. Canelo says his eyes run undisputed. I mean, you have to fight your mandatories to get the undisputed fight. You know what I mean? You have to do that. This is mandatory. His whole game plan from December, Callum Smith captured the WBA Super, capture a vacant belt as well, right? Gives him 2. Defend his mandatory. Cinco de Mayo week, fight Billy Joe Saunders. If he wins that, he's 3 belts, right? WBO, WBA Super, and the WBC. That's only ever happened once in this division before. That was Joe Calzaghe against Kessler, and that's the closest we've ever come to an undisputed champion. So it'll be equal in history there. And then probably September, try and make the Caleb Plant fight happen. He's probably going to have to make a larger offer than normal, just because it's undisputed.
That's
my whole thought.
Yo.
Ronald Finkley, what's good with you, bro? I see you are highly ranked this past weekend. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. I'm ecstatic by where I got in that poll, man. That was a good poll. And look, man, Hatman is a good channel. He's a channel that I've been subscribed to for a while. And the guy has damn near 70,000 subscribers. He's knocking on 70,000 subscribers. Bro, I have no problem going down to that guy. And coincidentally, I was second to him. So it was other people in my bracket that had 17, 19,000 more subscribers, and I came second to Hatman. So you guys are great for all the votes you put in and voted my channel. And like I'm ecstatic about making it to that final round. And it was a great poll. It was a lot of great channels involved. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to Mark for putting that up, and shout out to the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk family, bro. We made it to the semifinals. That's good shit, bro. That's good shit. With 1,900 subscribers, that's good shit.
Yo.
What up, Raider?
What's cracking, my boy? How's it going?
Yo, Raider, man. I'm sorry to hear about your team, man. They're not going to the playoffs, man. Not looking too good.
Man. You had to go there. That was a fucked up ass play last night.
That is just comical, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I'm not here. I'm not here to talk about the Raiders.
You're not here to dump on the Lakers because them motherfuckers is toast. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna dump on it every chance I get. But what you talking about, Ray? What's up with Canelo and
what?
Anvi?
Well, let's talk about the Dodgers and the Lakers, no?
Nah, man. No, your
No,
Lakers get ready to come down there and chill in the stands with my Knicks because y'all ain't winning shit this year.
no. I was hearing about. I tuned in when. I just tuned in not too long ago, like a couple minutes ago. You guys were talking about the Yildirim fight, so that's a
Yeah.
for sure thing, right? That they're gonna fight.
February 27th.
Yeah, I
In
actually,
Mexico.
yeah, no, yeah, well, that's crazy. No,
Yeah.
that thing was in the
Mexico.
contract.
What?
Yeah, but that fight was in the contract. The winner was supposed to fight Yildirim.
Yeah.
Was
What's
in the
gonna happen?
contract.
It's mandatory anyway. But people still gonna cry,
Yeah,
man.
I know. So I mean, I don't
You
know
hear
why.
Jamal talking up to 168. This going to be the narrative that he's ducking Jamal to fight a mandatory and Anvi Yildrim. They're gonna come out with all kind of foolery. I don't know if he fell off. IBT, what you think? Yildrim, Canelo.
Hello,
Yo, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, all right.
hello.
Yeah, good. Good.
Oh,
I'm
you
glad.
fell off, Raider. You fell off.
Oh, I have bad service. My bad. I'm gonna jump out.
I told you, man, to
about to go
get
into the house.
Verizon, man.
No, it's
Get
because
ready to boost. Just get rid of the Boost Mobile, Raider. Okay, that only works in Mexico. Don't work over here.
Need to get off that cricket network, man.
Oh, shit,
He said cricket.
It's crickets for a reason, bro.
Nah, over here it says Metro PCS. We call Metro piece of shit.
Yeah. I just fuck with Raiders, man. But yeah, did you hear what I said about the whole Canelo Anvi Yildrim?
Yeah. I'm caught up on the situation. I think it's good. I'm glad that Anvi Yildrim isn't taking up an actual fight date like May or September, right? So quick turnaround for him. He's gonna fight Yildirim. I think that the rumors are in Mexico, although that's not signed. The fight is for sure gonna happen, but not the location. I'm good with that. I'm good with him fighting him so soon. If he had waited 6 months to fight Yildirim, I wouldn't have been very happy, even though it is mandatory. Just because I don't really rate Yildirim that highly, right? He's not bad, but he's not very good either.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm glad he's facing him on a quick turnaround in February. That's good. Staying active.
I agree. He could give him problems, Jeff, in a loss. Yeah, he'll give him some problems and he'll lose. But I agree, he can give him some problems. But here's something else though. Here's something else. The whole 3 champs or 2 champs out of 3 fights in 6 months, bro. Like, how many times do we have to say who else is doing that? Right? Think about how many times do we have to say who else in boxing is doing that? Who else in boxing more or less fighting 3 guys in a 6 months, man? Because most of these marquee fighters, it's only twice a year. So more or less to fight 3 guys in a 6-month span, 2 of them being champions. Who the fuck else is doing that? Nobody's doing that.
It's free for the people who bought his last pay-per-view, quote unquote pay-per-view.
That too.
I mean, like, I get a few fights per month on the zone, right? And all these fights, like with Canelo, if it says it's the same price, that's only going to cost me £2 a month, man. Like, I love this shit. I love it. I got, like, just the other week, I seen one of the best fights I've seen this year. It only cost me £2 overall as part of a subscription with multiple fights.
It's only £1.99 over there, right?
€1.99, so even less.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. It's $19.99 over here in the States. That's like £20.
But we only have boxing.
Oh, okay. Y'all limited to boxing.
Oh man, you don't get to watch all those darts, man. Never mind. Yeah.
No, you have to pay. You have to buy Sky Sports.
Damn, bro, you missed the cricket matches?
You missed the cricket matches? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
bro.
you have to have.
You missed
Hold on, hold
Ronaldo.
on, hold
Not
on.
even-
No,
Not
hold
even
on, hold on.
snooker.
Hold on. I have all of them, but it's part of my Sky Sports subscription. And that's
Oh, thank
45 a
goodness.
month, so get out of here.
Thank good. I
Oh,
thought
well,
I was
good.
scared you missed the cricket and the darts,
I
bro.
know, man. We didn't want you
Hey,
to
man, I
miss out.
like darts. Get out of here. Darts is epic.
Eddie wants Jamal, but they're ducking. Man, Jamal don't. I don't know what Jamal. He's been ducking. He ducked that smoke for $7 million. What'd he do? I bet you he didn't get $7 million for Brandon Adams and Dennis Hogan. Oh,
He has no right to complain.
yeah, because that's what he ducked the fight for. Those are 2 fights he had next. I bet you he didn't make $7 million combined in those fights. Probably just tipped the scales at $7 million with Hogan, Brandon Adams, and the Reverend Chinko. He could have got all that in one fight to unify. That man duck in the water. He a big duck in the damn water. Said GGG ducked Billy Joe Saunders twice. GGG ducked Canelo. He ducked it. He don't want to do nothing but fight Steve Rose and tune-ups until he get his Canelo fight. I read something that said that I think Reynoso said something about GGG might have to come to 168 to see Canelo. Now he really gets his ass whipped. If that's the case, he'll really get his ass whipped at 168. I think, I don't really think he beats Canelo at 160, but if he has to move up to 168, forget about it, fam. It gets washed.
I gotta look up this Liam Williams guy. I never saw him fight.
Leon Williams?
Yes.
He's
He
pretty
comes
solid.
forward, he throws a lot of punches, and he's a power puncher. You'll like him.
Yeah, you'll like him. He's
Yeah,
pretty
he's
solid.
very entertaining.
I would love to see
Okay.
him fight Andre. I would like to see that.
Man, you know Andre don't want to fight him when he put him in the same class as Luke Keeler and said he's done fighting bums like that.
Right. I know because he don't want to fight anyone. I don't even know
Liam
why
Williams would knock out Luke Keeler in 1 round.
All right. He would do exactly what Andre couldn't do. He would beat him more impressively than Andre did. Get out of here, Andre. Get out of here with that. Just like he said, Canelo got to fight the top guys like himself. Yeah, right. Can it? They know he's a hard fight. Call him Billy Ho all you want. Man, he's a hard fight for what? For Canelo? He's not a hard fight. He'll offer some issues, but he's not a hard fight, fam. I don't
will
even
say
know if Billy Joe Saunders would have beat Callum.
Maybe I don't know. But stylistically,
That's why I don't know.
I think he is a harder stylistic matchup than Callum. Just because Billy,
Yeah.
he's a southpaw. He's very good at moving around. Things Canelo previously has struggled with the likes of Lara and stuff like that.
Ring IQ won. Phil. Ring IQ won.
Yeah.
I think it's Plant or BJS next. Man, it is. Okay, look, bro. You must have just stepped
Billy
in.
Joe.
Anvi Yildrim in February, and then he's going to be fighting Billy Joe in May. They're targeting Plant for September. That's the plan, but Plant ain't really solidified yet. I think Billy Joe Saunders and Anvi Yildrim is pretty solid. That's what they're going to do. And that, again, that is a course. Look. If Demetrius Andre, I think Canelo wants that title, right? So Demetrius Andre and Jamal Charlo have the opportunity to step in front of this. Canelo wants the titles. And I'm not sure, in my opinion, I don't think Canelo gives 2 shits if he's fighting Plant and Billy Joe Saunders for it, or if he's fighting Andre and freaking Charlo for the titles. Charlo need to go to Al Heyman. They always telling everybody else to go to Al Heyman. Well, you got a direct connection. So take your Lions Den promotion and sit down at the table with Mr. Al Heyman and tell him to give you a fight with Caleb Plant. Because Caleb Plant is the last guy on the list. So Charlo has 2 fights in between opportunity. While he's fighting Yildirim, he can make the deal happen. While he's fighting BJS, he can make the deal happen. Go fight Plant, get that belt. Now you're in line for Canelo Alvarez, and Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo will be the best 2 names on both of their goddamn resumes. So it serves a purpose for both of them. right? Number 2, he's fighting Anvi Yildrim. Demetrius Andre, implement your exclusion to fight Billy Joe Saunders right now. That means you automatically move in front of Canelo. They have no choice. It's the ruling. You move in front of Canelo. You don't even have to wait for Canelo to fight BJS. You fight him right now. Get in line. Make Canelo do something else in May. Like, seriously here. Put yourself in line.
I just realized if Charlo moved up and he beat Plant, he'd be a 3-weight world champion. That'd be a pound for pound fight.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be on my pound for pound.
If Charlo beat Plant, he'd be a 3-weight world champion, and him versus Canelo would be marketed as a pound for pound clash. A 4-weight world champion versus a 3-weight world champion, and an undisputed super middleweight contest is a pound for pound fight.
I get it. I thought you was talking about beating Plant. No, beating Canelo, yeah. And if he should win, fucking right, he goes on the pound for pound. And anybody who wouldn't put him there, it would be only because of hate and vitriol. But if he was to beat Plant and then beat Canelo, and you don't put him on pound for pound, you're an idiot.
Well, if he beat Plant, he'd have an argument for number 10 or 9.
No.
He'd have an argument.
Well, I would argue that the fact that he got the belt given to him at 160 and didn't do shit with it. So that would be my first argument, and I would have him out of my top 10 right away.
Yeah. We read your petition and we reject it.
Right, exactly. Like, get out of here. Nominee denied.
I don't think it's as cut and dry as that. I mean, D, you previously had Leo Santa Cruz on yours, and he had 2 titles gifted to him vacants.
Hey, man, whatever. He beat valid competition.
Yeah, may I say, I don't think vacant equals gifted. Is that fair?
No, yeah. And I'll go with that too. Thank you. See, I love it. Great minds. That would be my argument, Mark. It would be now. Vacant ain't the same as a goddamn email. You know what I mean?
Email.
Look, I'm just saying he'd have an argument. Y'all are just instantly throwing it out without really thinking. Like,
I'm saying I think at this point he's eligible to be nominated, but I don't think like personally I wouldn't put him in top 10, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If he beats Lance and then someone else viable at 168, then it's certainly, and then it becomes a discussion, right?
Man, no. Canelo Plant don't got no Benavidez problem. If he had Benavidez problems, King Kong, they would have been fought. What are you talking
David
about?
Benavidez has cocaine and tacos problems.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, facts.
All right, get out of here with
Hard facts. He's also got Ronald of real problems.
King Kong. He's begging right now because he lost his belt. Now he's begging. He begging for Charlo. He begging for Canelo. He begging for Plant. Benavidez is begging right now. So stop it with the Benavidez nonsense. No doubt, speaking my sport talk, the 14-hour stream was cool, and the fantasy prediction league. Oh man, they snatched 2 hours from me on my damn 14-hour stream. They got 11. They cut the last 2 hours off, so they didn't process it. I don't really care.
That's insane.
I don't care. Nobody's gonna watch 11 hours and 55 minutes of that shit, more or less 13 hours and 55 minutes. So whatever. I don't care. You guys think
I'm true 8 hours of it so far.
Oh really? Wow, that's impressive. Hey Phil, no, I don't know. I asked the panel. Me personally, I don't think he'll walk through them because again, I agree with Jeff and a couple other people that say he offers difficulty. So I don't think he walks through them. No. What do you think, Rival? You think he walks through Billy Joe Saunders?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Not in terms of how easy it's going to be, but literally he's going to walk through the punches. Literally, he will walk through him, and he will whore him more, and he will have the more telling blows per round, and he'll win it about 9-3.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think he'll stop Saunders. By the way, I do not believe he'll stop Saunders. That dude's, if he does, it's late on because Saunders has some gassing issues. But the first 8-9 rounds of that, Saunders is going to be an issue. But Canelo will end up taking the fight in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I would guarantee a stoppage, but I done seen Saunders rocked and buzzed by lesser punches. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I don't know. I ain't gonna count that shit out. Saunders ain't built like Callum Smith. Fuck no. He's not tough as Callum Smith. Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. He'll make himself more of a difficult target than Callum
Exactly.
Smith. So I could go along with him not stopping him because he's gonna be more of a difficult target. But damn sure ain't as durable or tough as Callum Smith, in my opinion.
No, I would say that's fair. I do think taking into account what type of shape he was in the fights where he did get landed on hurt. For example, like against Lemieux did land a huge right hand on him and it didn't rock him because he was in tremendous shape for the fight. When he's not training properly and cutting down 55 pounds to make weight, yes, he has been rocked. I do think he is a bit tougher than people give him a bit of credit for, but I'm just talking the awkwardness and the evasiveness of Billy Joe is why I believe he's going to make it the distance, because you can punch up on him like Callum Smith and you'll get him out of there, but you ain't going to land that many punch. Callum Smith is not evasive at all. Billy Joe is.
Right. Yeah.
Mark, I've got a question for you.
What's good? Go ahead.
Sorry. Just a quick question. Do you know if before the Eubank fight, if he was in shape?
I don't
Do
know.
Do I know if before the Eubank fight? Yeah, he was in shape, and yeah, he did get rocked. But I do think Eubank is. You won't like hearing this. I think he's comparable in pure punching power to Canelo. I do.
Okay.
And I know everybody will be like, he ain't. Let's see Canelo knock Anvi Yildrim out as quick as Eubank did.
All right, check it out. He comparable to Canelo, right? So
in power.
I know, in power. Who's the more technical?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's his point. I think he's just talking about
that adds to your power. So if they're comparable in power, then Canelo's going to land that shot cleaner, right?
He will. He'll land it cleaner, but also like at the same point, when Eubank did rock on him, it was after a lot of punches landing. And Eubank, whilst he's not as technical as Canelo, he does have more raw output. Is that fair?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I'm not really mad at that. I mean, I wasn't trying to like prove a point. I genuinely didn't know, because I know at that point in his career, Billy Joe Saunders didn't really have the reputation that he has now. So that's why I was.
No, he was in tremendous shape, and I know that for a fact. I do know that from a fact from inside sources around the camp.
Yeah, let me respond to this right quick. Hey, Douglas Allen, if you at this channel for me to say everything you like, you might as well not rethink it and just dismiss yourself and unsubscribe, fam. Because I ain't gonna say everything you like up here. So if that's any kind of a threat or anything, fuck the Lakers, fam. Like, that's my opinion. Fuck the Lakers. If you don't like that, unsubscribe. Because I don't want a bunch of people here that want me to say everything they like to hear. So, I mean, I don't know if that's a joke or if you're serious about that, but don't think too long. Just get the fuck on and unsubscribe, fam. Because I'm not gonna say everything anybody likes to hear all the time. So if that's your stance, dismiss yourself. Other than that, build up some thick skin and understand you ain't gonna hear everything you like to over here. Fuck that. Like, I don't care about none of that. Bye. Well, yeah,
fuck the Lakers.
Fucking conversation here. Like, bro, ain't no fucking yes man mentality over here, fam. You better
fuck the Knicks.
Skin on this platform. Is it true rematch? No, it's not. Nothing set in stone. But that's what I don't look, man. I don't care. I don't think Lomachenko beats him. I think that there's going to be a whole bunch of Lomachenko fans that's going to build their hopes up because of the last 7 rounds of that fight. And like I said the other day, that if this fight happens, the same goddamn scenario y'all heard me arguing and hollering out before is going to be my exact same prediction. I already have my prediction. Teofimo Lopez knocks that motherfucker out 7th round. Right? I ain't going to change because the only thing Lomachenko can do differently than me is get started earlier. And people thinking if he gets started earlier, that means he's going to win. If he gets started earlier, to me, that means he's going to get knocked out. That's what that means to me. So call it how you want to. I'm calling it. Teofimo Lopez, 7th round knockout. Going to knock Lomachenko the fuck out. 7th round.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting the same result.
A different result. Yeah, right. Doing the same shit, expecting a different result. I'm just glad to see the Raiders moved out of the Bay. Look, Canelo could stop boxing today He is. Yeah. He's in the Hall of Fame for sure. Locked in. Locked
I
in.
don't know. I don't know because I want to see if the voters keep the same energy.
You don't know what if he's going in the Hall of Fame?
I don't because I want to see if they keep the same energy. IBT knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, whatever, man.
No, D, let me
Sure.
explain it.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain my idea first. There's way too many fucking people who ain't didn't attempt to what he did in there. That's my explanation. So go ahead.
Okay, so James Toney was refused by a lot of the voters this year because he tested positive for PEDs. And I want to see if they keep that same energy with Canelo.
To be fair, Mark, I do think the reason stated, to quote Dan Raphael, was it was multiple times, right? So because it actually occurred more than once, that's why Dan Raphael spoke out against it, and I think a lot of people followed suit.
And then I want to know this too: did James Toney accomplish as much as Canelo? I mean,
Yes.
I don't think
James Toney is supremely accomplished. I think in reality, the buy-ins for this year should have been him and Floyd. And then you want to talk about Vlad. Then you talk about Ward and Bradley Frotch,
with Floyd.
Cotto. Cotto and Tony should have been the buy-ins, in my opinion. This was a very difficult year. In all fairness, a lot of those guys could end up in the Hall of Fame the second time around, but I did not expect Tony to be the guy to wait second time around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't
He'll
see
be in
him
next year.
from either. Question mark. I don't see him beating. I don't see Anvi Yildrim with no chance. Canelo gonna beat him up.
Can I also say something real quick, right? Because this gets left out, and it got left out by Dan Raphael as well, and because most people don't know, James Toney, in the 2 times that he tested positive, both the venues were changed when he originally started that cycle, and the cycle that he started was a therapeutic use exemption cycle. He was allowed to in the state originally, and both times it got changed 2 weeks before the fight. And that's the reason it happened. He was on therapeutic use exemption because he needed testosterone because his testosterone levels were at 225, which is 3 times lower than fucking normal.
Yeah.
So that also needs to be taken into account. He wasn't actually cheating, and the testosterone levels that he was using brought him up to the normal amount. It was because of a damn disease. And that was legitimate.
Well, Canelo gets in. That's all I say.
Is Evander Holyfield a Hall of Famer, right? He got voted in,
Yeah,
right?
he's in the Hall of
For
Fame.
year.
And
Yeah,
then
but Evander Holyfield's never tested positive. He admitted to taking PEDs.
yeah, hold on for a second. Here go another thing too. Look at that. Who James Toney was on the ballot with? Who the fuck Canelo gonna be on the ballots with? He ain't gonna be on the ballots with all of those people like James Toney was clamped up in there with. Cause who the fuck in this era is doing anything close to him?
It wasn't about who was on
Nobody.
there. A lot of the people outright said they weren't picking him because he tested positive.
Twice.
Yeah, man.
They
Well, we'll see.
specifically said twice, even though they didn't want to go into the details of those two. I don't really agree with it. Personally, for me, I would have had James Toney, and he would have been inducted this year if I were a panelist.
It's cool. I still want to know if they'll keep the same energy.
Yeah, but it's not the same energy because it's not the same circumstances, Mark.
Yeah. One guy was actually fucked over. The other guy used clenbuterol.
Yeah, well, Canelo.
One guy actually used something for performance-enhancing benefits, or maybe it was in the beef in Mexico when he lives in San Diego. The other dude actually had a fucking disease. You're right. It's not the same scenario. One guy's a cheater, the other dude wasn't.
Try me to say it's not the same scenario.
Yeah, it don't matter if it's the same scenario or not. They're gonna put Canelo in. I don't give a fuck about all of that shit, fam. He's gonna go in. I bet it. I don't even fucking gamble, and I bet any fucking money on that shit. That motherfucker's gonna go in. I don't want to hear shit about no James Toney. I think it's a travesty too. I agree. Canelo going in. There ain't no fucking doubt in my mind, fam. It's guys that have done shit. And then the people I just feel like he would even be on the ballot with. Ain't he going, man, he going in. He going in. Canelo won't get near Billy Joe Saunders. Man, get the King Kong. You just you know what? You and oh boy.
King Kong made an excellent comment earlier. He said Billy Joe Saunders fights just like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah. And this was just as ridiculous. Canelo won't get near Billy Joe Saunders. Like, dude, man, you smoking crack over there? Canelo gonna lay paws on Billy Joe Saunders.
I love seeing those Billy Joe Saunders straight line pull counters, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
beautiful. They're beautiful. I mean, he executes them so well. This fucking guy over here. I would bet the farm. BJS implant can't give that man more problems than people think.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, bro, like this is the thing. Jeff, you don't put that in the fucking chat about 4 times, and I don't think anybody disagreed, man.
Giving somebody problems and winning are two different things, though.
Yeah, giving somebody problems and winning away is entirely 2 different things. But you keep saying that, and I'll tell you again, Jeff. We agree. They can give him problems. They gonna win, Jeff? Are they gonna win? That's the thing.
I can't wait to see Billy Joe Saunders uppercut Canelo from the southpaw stance and knock him out. It's gonna be fantastic.
I don't know about that. Billy Joe
That's called sarcasm. It's called sarcasm.
Yeah, it was just a joke. But welcome, Dave Mack, the guy with the unique ideas about this sport of boxing. I'll say that. What's up, Jay?
What's up, man? Definitely shout out to the channel. I do have a unique, consistent. I'm pretty consistent straight across the board. Like I think I'm pretty consistent across the board. My argument doesn't change if you listen to what I argue and what I'm consistent with. Your understanding.
Bro, hold on. Before you continue, I just slammed you with about 100 inconsistencies when it comes to Tank Davis yesterday, fam.
I missed it. So I couldn't hear your argument.
I feel you, dog. Well, what you guys say about Canelo and Anvi Yildrim?
Canelo and who?
Anvi Yildrim, the guy right here.
Man, I mean, I'm not feeling that. I always, man, you know where I've been with this. I feel like Canelo got bigger names, being that he the face of boxing. Some will argue, say pound for pound, cash cow. He don't have the problems of people fighting him. Like Canelo, everybody wants to fight Canelo. Canelo could fight whoever he wants to fight and build his resume up. And whatever. Everybody don't have that luxury. Some guys get labeled high risk, low reward. Some guys just get off for 70-30 and say they're across the street. I mean, you got multiple ways you can duck guys in this sport. But Canelo is not the guy who's avoided by nobody. They know it's a payday that comes with that name and that face. So guys want to get in the ring with him. So what I say about this opponent, we talk about what guys need to do. And I do agree with like Andrade or Charlo. They need to fight each other and stuff like that. They need to stop walking around here acting like this, acting like that. They actually need to fight each other. Jamal at 160, Andrade at 160, and unify. And then now we got another argument for what? Instead of these guys both walking around here parading that they're champions. But I say that this guy, what has he done? Like how he got picked by Canelo. Someone can call it a cherry.
Jay, let me slow you down right there, fam.
No. Canelo called the WBC and picked him.
No, Jay. You cannot spread bullshit over here. Okay? Before this situation now, Jay, just go back and look. He was already the fucking mandatory, fam. He was a mandatory. Canelo's gonna fight him before the lawsuit and all of this shit anyway. This fight was in the making. This dude been the mandatory. Canelo didn't make him the mandatory.
Hold on.
Hold on, Jay. Canelo didn't make him the mandatory. Fighters cannot make guys mandatory. It is the sanctioning bodies that do that.
Okay.
So your whole premises that Canelo picked him and made him a mandatory cannot be true. It cannot.
Okay. So did Canelo not call once Benavidez was stripped of his belt, call the WBC and mandate that? Well, hold on. Well, you know what? Okay. Well, excuse me. Like I told you, I'm not connected like some guys, but you got Benavidez's dad, who was just on the Boxing Voice the other day, and explained what happened when his son was stripped from the 160 belt. He said, hold on, I'm just going off of what he said. Once Benavidez was stripped, a call was made to the WBC, and Canelo wanted to fight this guy that you got posted up for the belt. Now, whether he was in that spot or not, I'm just repeating what he said. And he was insinuating that the guy was put in position for Canelo to fight him, for Canelo to fight him. And the WBC made, whatever benefits Canelo, WBC made it happen pretty much.
Definitely. Okay, well, let me ask you this then. How does that explain? Because I'm telling you right now, I don't know if you misunderstood what Benavidez' dad was saying, but if he said it exactly like you saying, that's total bullshit, right? Because how does that explain Mauricio Sulaiman deciding to put that WBC belt up as a unification match between Callum Smith and Canelo Alvarez? Number two, if the timeline of what this guy is saying right, why was Canelo going to fight him before all of this that he's talking about? None of that shit makes sense.
What I got from it when it happened was once Benavidez was stripped, he wanted to fight the guy that was up and next. And I heard that they elevated him into that mandatory. Now, what I have to do is go do my research because I haven't looked for that. I haven't went check fact that. I'm only going off for what boxing, because some things come out, some things true, some things are not. Some things you can use for argument, some things you can't. If it's proven out to be wrong, it's proven out to be wrong. But that don't mean both sides have right or that don't mean both sides can be right at the same time actually. So I like my argument, who is this guy and what has he done to even be in position? And if we critique other guys' mandatories when they're elevated in the spot, what makes him different from any critiquing when we critique certain guys who they fighting in the weight class when they're their mandatories?
Hey Mac, do you like Errol Spence?
I do like Errol Spence. I actually stay in DeSoto if you need to know.
Okay, all right, that's cool. What did Carlos Ocampo do to beat Errol Spence?
I don't have a problem with that. Never had a problem.
No. That's not what I asked you. If you had a problem with it, because you just asked me a question. What did Anvi Yildrim do to become mandatory? So I'm asking you the same question of a guy that you like because you're saying you're consistent. What the fuck did Ocampo do to deserve his mandatory position? He was a domestic level fighter. Hold up. He was a domestic level fighter who never fought world level competition, fam. Ever.
Agreed. But I never listen. I'm not arguing the argument of why. Listen to my question. I don't care who they make mandatories. I just discredit guys that use certain arguments against those mandatories. Like when you critiquing a guy's resume, I'm one of them dudes that I listen to what you say, and then I will rebuttal you with it and try to use it against you to discredit what you're saying from the beginning. Like let's just use Crawford for instance. He gets discredited for fighting Kavaliauskas and stuff. Okay, this was his mandatory.
Not here. Not here. Not here. So I don't want to hear it. He didn't get no discredit here. So I don't want to hear that complaint.
Well, but hold on. If I'm asking you what has this guy done, what have you? And
I told you what he did. He got put in a mandatory position. That's it. That's all you got to do to fight the champion.
Okay, whether he's put in a mandatory position, we don't still know. I mean, you knew of this guy before he was put in the mandatory position?
Yeah, because I was telling you about how he was supposed to fight him before all of this that you're just finding out about. I knew about Anvi Yildrim before Canelo was set to fight him, before all of this that you're talking about. The thing
before the belt got dropped, right?
Hold on. The thing is, you didn't know about this guy. Not what I know. This is what you didn't know.
So you knew before the Benavidez lost his belt, you knew about him.
Are you listening, J-Mac? Canelo Alvarez, listen to me, because I don't think you are listening. Before Benavidez lost his belt, right? Listen to the timeline. Before any of that shit happened, before he was undisciplined, fucked around, and got his belt taken away, Canelo was going to fight Anvi Yildrim. Before that, in the lawsuit and all of this shit happened, but before the lawsuit, my dude, he was going to fight Anvi Yildrim. Now, again, because you didn't know about any of that. That's your problem. Go do the fucking research. Well, yes, I knew about Anvi. IBT knew about Anvi. Virtuoso knew about Anvi. And probably 90% of the people in this community knew about Anvi. What's not constant here is that J Mac didn't know anything about Anvi Yildrim.
Okay, well, even though if J Mac didn't know anything about him, doesn't change the argument J Mac is proposing, because Canelo got actually guys he can fight of a higher caliber or a better name, which, like I broke down, he don't have a problem with picking opponents. Canelo had business that mandatories that he avoided. Okay, what was your stance when he avoided a certain mandatory at 160 then?
Okay, J Mac, let me educate you here, okay? Because
you're not educating me.
Obviously I am, bro, because you got a lot of shit twisted. So, the franchise championship that Suleiman gave him, they're not required to fight mandatories. But
okay,
hold on. But the franchise champion belt that he had was for 160. How did he fighting at 168? The only thing that franchise belt is good for is an exclusion, so that he can move to 168 and fight for the WBC title, which happened because he had that exclusion. That's why the WBC title was put on the line with him and Callum Smith, because at 168 you have the exclusion to fight for that title. But if he's at 160 franchise champion, under that ruling, you don't have to fight mandatories. You get it?
I know what the WB protection belt is, man.
Why you ask me that then? Why he didn't have to fight mandatories?
No, well, I mean, so I asked you what was your take on it. The guy worked his way. They created a belt that allowed him to duck a mandatory when a guy in boxing put himself in position, just like however Charlo put himself or fought himself, he got paid in position. Or Ocampo paid himself, they paid the sanctioning fee, it put him in position. I don't care how guys get put in selecting the mandatory.
Okay.
Whether it's a worthy fight or equal fight, that matters. And we give guys in credit to fighting certain guys and certain names. So what I'm saying is, you're saying, I guess he was a worthy opponent. The guy at 168 is a worthy opponent. I'm asking, what was your stance on when Charlo was his mandatory and he chose to use the WC belt and franchise title as a way of avoiding him? Like, I mean, it's still the same thing.
Okay, it's not.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You try to get. You can't. You're not gonna be able to get it through. But go ahead, take a shot.
All right, to that, let me the Charlo thing. Okay, his brother basically just put him out there, put him on blast for. Well, he said it, so we don't know if it's true or not. But that's not a good look, man.
You gotta let him talk too, Jay. We heard you. Let him talk.
And maybe certain fighters do try to conspire with the governing bodies, but that's the responsibility of the governing bodies to try to evaluate talent and rank them and try to respect the whole concept of hierarchy. You give the opponents the first or second or third in line to fight for a belt. So that kind of question is more reserved for Suleiman, because that's the dude who's handing out the belts. He's the guy who's is the head honcho. So you got to he has to explain that. It's not always a fighter's fault.
Okay, will you give Canelo credit for beating this guy? His mandatory?
It doesn't matter whether you give him credit or not. It's a mandatory. He has to hold on to that belt. You gotta fight your mandatory, and that's it.
I didn't give Spence. Spence is my guy.
You gotta fight your mandatory.
My turn. Errol Spence is my guy. That's one of my top 5 fighters, right? I always say no Errol Spence blasphemy on this channel. I don't accept it. So with Errol Spence, I didn't give him massive credit for beating Carlos Ocampo because I knew he was going to beat the shit out of Carlos Ocampo. But I just say he satisfied his mandatory. I didn't complain. I didn't let anybody talk shit about Errol Spence for having to fight a mandatory because they would have stripped him. So I didn't complain. But I didn't say, oh, Spence beat Carlos Ocampo. Who the fuck cares? So if Canelo beats Yildrim, it's expected. It's supposed to beat Yildrim. We don't have to thrust massive credit on him. We cannot. What the fuck kind of credit he supposed to get for beating Anvi Yildrim? But it's a mandatory. So I'm not going to complain about it either.
How come boxers say unification trumps mandatory when he got somebody he can unify with
It's
since he's
not a
going
written
after
rule.
since
It's
he
not a written rule. It's just
no. I'm not saying it's a written rule, but see the thing I couldn't get out on the podcast yesterday we was on. It's called Fighter's Pride. If Canelo is at the state of his career where he can fight big names and he is the cash cow, why wouldn't he be going for a unification against Caleb Plant and give him instead of giving him a short notice like he did in the last two times he offered Caleb Plant,
Man,
give him a full camp.
let him finish because I got this. I got this. Go ahead.
Give him a full camp. Why wouldn't he go for a unification? Because in his post after his fight of Caleb Smith, he said they asked him about Errol Spence Jr. He said, no, we're gonna focus on going undisputed at 168. So okay, Canelo is the guy that's been around the sport. He's young enough, he's not aged enough to where he gotta get soft. He's a guy he can fight top quality. I mean, someone older, he's pound for pound talent. So why wouldn't he go for a unification fight over fighting this guy when he could fight a Caleb Smith, a champion?
Okay, you finished? You finished? Yeah. Okay. Again, let me educate you, my friend.
You're not educated.
No, I am educating you because if you don't leave with here with sense on this, then you're not being educated. You're not accepting the education. Because if you ask those questions, then you must not know how these things are working right now. Okay? So, Canelo Alvarez, it's already out there for all of us to see, but okay? He's going to take a mandatory, which if you're a champion who has heart or not, you have to take the fucking mandatory or they take your belt. So he's going to take his mandatory so that he's not stripped. And then guess what he's doing next, J-Mac? Fucking unifying. It's already planned. February mandatory, May unification with Billy Joe Saunders. And they're targeting, right after that unification, a fight with Plant for September. Oh, you didn't read that article either? You didn't know about that one either, did you?
Thank you for the education. Actually, I did. But see, this will be do.
These questions if you know.
Hey, listen, I'm asking these questions because you got to understand what it is. I've been watching Canelo and how he been moving for a long time, and I don't really care for how he does it. I think Canelo avoids certain fighters. I think he moves around certain weight classes and avoid the guys. Like you just gave me an excuse why he could not fight his mandatory, the guy that was a WBC champion, because a belt was made to avoid a WBC mandatory fight with Charlo. But you giving me an excuse on why he need to fight this mandatory at 168.
Okay. Now hold on for a second.
D, can I ask him a quick question?
No. Hell no. That motherfucker ain't gonna sit here and say I'm giving no excuses because I'm giving him facts.
He's giving you teaching,
right?
Teach me.
Ain't no way you gonna get
that education.
No. You don't put some charges out, so I'm going to take those charges, rip them up in your face, and throw them in the trash right quick. First, Mauricio Suleiman's greed, because obviously you're not figuring this shit out either. Mauricio,
you say greed?
Okay, hold on, dog.
I can't hear you say greed.
Greed, Greed, greed. Mauricio Suleiman's greed has got a goddamn thing to do with Canelo. Let me clear this up for you. I'm going to take it from step one for you. Mauricio Suleiman, and only Mauricio Suleiman, J-Mac, created this belt because Canelo was threatening to get rid of that belt if you're going to try to force me to do this and force me to do that because I have too much in front of me. I have a $350 million contract with the Zone. I have to have big fights to satisfy these things. And so what Mauricio Suleiman did is say, no, we can't afford, the WBC can't afford to lose the cash cow. No, we can't afford that. So let me create this bullshit belt that's going to fuck up a whole lot of things in boxing.
Exactly.
So that I can be, dude, put yourself on mute so that I can be greedy in this sport. So I can be greedy in this sport and not collect sanctioning fees off of one champion being just Canelo. Now, Mauricio Suleiman says to himself, J-Mac, if I create this franchise belt, I can collect sanctioning fees off of two champions. I can collect sanctioning fees off of Canelo Alvarez, and I can collect sanctioning fees off of my newfound champion, Jamal Charlo. All I have to do is just email him this WBC belt. So while you want to sit here and keep saying, J-Mac, why did Canelo take this belt so he could duck Charlo? What I'm telling you is that Mauricio Suleiman, the WBC president, who's responsible for the franchise belt, created this belt so that he can line his fucking pockets, man. That's what I'm telling you. Take
Can
it
I
all
rebuttal
in.
that?
Let it soak in.
Now, can I rebuttal that?
You
Because
can try, man, but
I heard key things you said. Key things you said. A belt was created because Canelo had 300.
The belt was created by who? Put it all in context.
Suleiman, the WBC president.
Right? Okay.
Right. But hold on. I heard that the belt was created so Canelo wouldn't have to do this and wouldn't have to do that. What? Oh, do the things that a champion's supposed to do.
That's not what I just said. You're not listening. That's not what I just said at all. I said the belt was created so that Mauricio Suleiman could line WBC pockets by collecting sanctioning fees not off of one guy, but two. That don't have nothing to do with me saying Canelo, they created the belt so Canelo can move around. Are you listening? He did it for his pockets, for WBC.
Hey, hold on. See, you say it so much. You say it so much. This is what y'all do a lot on here, man. Look, I heard everything you said.
Oh my God.
You want me to get to your point, but you say more than your point. And so if you say more than your point, I'm going to respond more to what you say. So you did not say that they did not want to lose Canelo due to the fact of Mauricio and Canelo with the 300 million kind of wanted to do what he wanted to do, and they didn't want to lose Canelo, so he put a belt in position to help him. And also you lined it with his greed as well. You did not say that when you broke it down, right?
J-Mac, can I ask you a quick question?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Dude, I just have a quick question. I have one question.
I'm telling you stuff, but you're hearing it how you want, fam. What do you want me to agree to? Hold on, J-Mac, you asked me a question, and let me answer it. I'm telling you stuff in my context. You're rephrasing every fucking thing I'm telling you to fit your narrative. I'm not gonna agree to that. I just told you how it went down. I don't care how you fucking take it, fam. I just told you how it went down. And then you revamp everything I said to make it fit your narrative and then asking me to agree to that. No.
Okay.
No, it don't work like that.
You say
I want to hear.
You say I revamp everything you say, but you said it. And so what I'm saying, when you say something that can help my argument, why wouldn't I repeat it if you said it? That's the part I'm confused at. If you didn't say anything,
and you're leaving out all my context. That's why. You're repeating it, but you're leaving out the context that I put it in.
Because you know what the saying is, two things could be true. Have you ever heard that, right?
Yeah, man, I don't care. One thing is true to me. The facts.
Oh, okay.
Let me try.
True to you.
Okay. Yo, D, let me respond. Look, I want to be as concise as possible. Look, certain sanctioning bodies, right? They attach themselves to certain fighters for their own benefit, not for the fighter.
Right.
Exactly, that's what it is. They're attaching themselves to Canelo, even though him and Suleiman, weren't friends. They weren't cool with each other. Just look at the Triple G controversy. They were forced, to whatchamacallit, a bidding, for the who's going to be the A side, right? And Oscar, said yo, my fighter's not going to respond to unrealistic, time, certain deadlines, imaginary deadlines. So it forced the WBC's hands to take the belt away from Canelo Alvarez. Right. They kind of feel sorry for him, but they understand the value that he has. So they put a belt on him, right? But he still won the belt. He still won the belt from Triple G, and then moved up.
Real quick,
exactly.
Let me put this in a line of the guys that he liked. So let's use Wilder for an example of what Virtuoso is saying and how these sanctioning bodies align themselves with the guys who are winning, who's getting them the money. The WBC, J-Mac, was totally aligned with Deontay Wilder on the 10 title defenses. They did anything Wilder wanted. And as soon as he lost that belt, they fucking dismissed Wilder like a redhead stepchild, and now they're totally aligned with who? Tyson Fury. So what you need to understand, J-Mac, is that Mauricio Suleiman follows the money, not y'all's narratives that Canelo want to do this. No, Mauricio Suleiman does what he wants to do, J-Mac, for Mauricio Suleiman. Okay? He don't even have to like these fucking dudes. And just like Virtuoso said, him and Canelo wasn't even likable to each other. But he's aligning himself with the money. So y'all can spin these fucking narratives and say that it was Canelo making calls. Why you gonna make a call to somebody he don't even fuck with like that? Y'all crazy as hell, fam. Mauricio Suleiman did that for his own benefit. His own benefit. Get it through your head, fam. It may have benefited Canelo. It's not why he did it. He did it for his pockets. For his pockets.
Okay. And put it to you like this. Suleiman needs Canelo more than Canelo needs him. I'm going to say that.
If Suleiman is the greedy dude, okay, and Canelo does not like Suleiman, like you just did you just say that? Did you mean that before I take it out of context?
They don't like each other. So what? You think business got to do something with personal? That's what you think.
I'm rebutting what you said. I'm rebutting what you said, but you defending what you said, trying to break up what I can rebuttal. And I asked you, did you say that? So I can't take it out of context.
Okay, yeah, I said it. Now go. What you got to say about it?
Yeah, okay. So you mean to tell me the guy that he don't like, the guy that is greedy, that you're arguing for, is, and when he had the chance at the WBC, because Wilder didn't take the WBC franchise. He said he would not take the belt because it gets in the way of him fighting the mandatory, the guys that work up in positions that he got a mandate that you're defending that he needs to fight at 168. So at 160, why didn't Mr. Canelo tell the greedy man that he don't like? You know what? Hey, man, look, I'm at 160. I won't fight my mandatory. I got a mandatory for the WCB belt. That's another sanctioning fee that I'm going to have to pay you and what have you, Mr. Greedy, that I don't like you. The one I threw my belts in the trash can when you mandated me to fight Triple G and drew my belts away when you was forcing it on me. And after all that, we done repaired our relationship and I'm willing to do business with you instead of accepting the belt and when it prevented him from fighting his mandatory at 160. Instead of putting it on Suleiman, it's a two-way street. Because Canelo could have said, man, I don't want that belt. I won't fight my mandatory. Instead of saying, hey, no, I want the belt so I can decide when I want to fight my mandatories. Pretty much that's what I got from him taking the belt. So whether I'm losing or seeing it my way, you're entitled to see it your way, I'm entitled to see it mine.
Yeah, you are entitled to see it your way. You can see it however you want. I'm going to see what the truth of the matter is. And I'll ask you this. Okay, Mr. Big Badass Wilder did all of that. How did that work out for him? Thank you very much. No. That's my thing. How did it work out for him? What he sitting with right now?
Well, hold on. So
what is he sitting with right now? Nothing. Him losing. He's sitting with nothing, and Canelo is sitting at unification and a belt at another weight class. So don't tell me shit about Wilder and his pride and what he didn't do. He also bet on himself and turned down $100 million when he could have goddamn had a 4-belt undisputed match, which I think he had a good chance to beat Anthony Joshua at that time. Because after the Anthony Joshua made, forget about it. He gets knocked the fuck out. So he bet on himself then. He turned down the WBC belt. He was smart. He was great. How did that work out for him?
Okay, well, since you know so much, how come Mr. Skipper is on record saying they're the one that messed up the deal with the zone with Wilder? Yeah, are you sure Anthony Joshua was on that in that contract? Or that's something that we just took away from it? Because when Wilder said he messed up and turned down $100 million and what happened to the zone. But the skipper, but the guy who was over the zone.
Jay, I know about the skipper situation. Jay, I know about the skipper situation. You're not telling me shit. But once again, my friend, I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to lay down how it really went down. Because obviously, I don't know, maybe ego, or you heard somebody on some channel say this, or you heard somebody say this. Well, let me explain to you what Skipper was talking about, my friend. He was talking about messing up the deal, not by the money. It had nothing to do about the money. It was his approach. He could have made the approach more comfortable for Wilder. That's what it was about. Go read the fucking article. Don't listen to ego tell you and explain to you what his narrative is on it. Go read for yourself, and you will find out it wasn't Skipper saying he fucked up the whole deal. Wilder could have accepted that deal. See, Wilder could have accepted that deal, but Skipper was talking about he could have made the experience, the whole contract and negotiation experience more pleasant. And he holds himself accountable because he didn't do the things to make that experience run smoothly. That's what the article said, fam. But again, I'm not sure if you read it well enough and comprehended it well enough because it didn't have shit to do with him fucking up the deal. Okay. Wilder and Finkel, I ain't finished. Wilder and Finkel came out and told you people that they didn't take the deal because he was betting on himself before Skipper ever came out with that, which means he turned the deal down because he was betting on himself. It has nothing to do with Skipper making the process run smoothly because that's where he said he screwed up. He didn't make the process run smoothly. But it appears to me, Jay, whether he made the process run smoothly or not, Wilder was going to bet on himself because that's what Wilder told you. That's what
Can I rebuttal now? Can I rebuttal now? Because that sound like that's your perception. That don't sound like a fact. That sounds like something you took away from it. I'm going to use everything you just said to rebuttal you on what you said. You said Skipper admitted that he could have approached him better. Okay, maybe if he approached him better, maybe Wilder wouldn't have had to bet on himself or feel a certain type of way about how he was approached and come away with that conclusion. Maybe if he walked into that office and was approached correctly, he could have said, you know what? I like the legitimacy of this, what you're proposing. I will take you up on your offer instead of being approached incorrectly and coming away with something, his perspective on what was presented to him, and say, you know what? I'm not feeling this. I'll just take the chance and bet on myself. So boom, I come out and say my afterthought, don't give you my whole conclusion because none of us was there. So for any of us to say, take facts from this, we can only take away what's been was told to us prospectively what and how we receive it. You said Skipper admitted to approaching him incorrectly. Maybe his approach is the reason why he changed his whole mindset in accepting anything the zone had to offer. And maybe that's why he came to the conclusion, if they coming at me this way, maybe I do need to bet on myself. So you know what? He said afterwards, I'm going to just bet on myself, and he took the deal. I don't get what you're saying these big facts are because it's still left to how we perceive it and what he said and what he was meant, and take everything we took away from it.
Okay, dude, wrong again. Like you so like I don't. Every comment you make, fam, like it's leaking. Like it's leaking, fam. So many holes in this shit. This is, this takes me back to when El Jefe used to be up here. Like this is almost the new El Jefe here. Listen here, man. Listen here, dog. I didn't even know. It's not a perspective if the man comes out and plainly tells you this. Okay, Skipper said completely all of that I told. That wasn't a perspective I built. This is what Skipper said out of his mouth. He was talking about making the negotiation deal run smoothly. That's not what I took away from it. Go read the article because obviously you have not. That's the first thing. It wasn't on that. I was giving you exactly what Skipper said and exactly the context he put it in. What you're saying is Skipper took on the responsibility of that deal not happening. The context that you're putting it in is that he fucked up the deal. So you're taking that out of context. I'm taking it in the context that Skipper put it out in. That's number one with that. Number two, you seem to be confused about your timelines. You have to understand when something happens before, that's what's prevalent. And what happened before Skipper ever came out and talked about not making the process go smoothly, Wilder and those guys, Finkel, Heyman, Wilder, that side, they said that they're not taking no damn DAZN contract. Here's another timeline that you may have been lost to, J-Mac. Al Heyman and them already said they won't fucking with DAZN. And until this day, they have not on that situation or any other situation. Okay? Do you realize that? They have not on that situation or any other situation. And this was way before Skipper got into play and
Yes,
determined
sir.
we're not dealing with the zone. So,
Yes, sir.
hold on, not finished. So if you just connect the goddamn dots and put 2 and 2 together, you will get 4 here. Because if they tell you, Al, the big boss Al, tells you, I'm not dealing with that company, and then a so-called negotiation comes up, and Finkel and Wilder comes out and says, no, we're going to bet on ourselves. Well, that pretty much collaborates what Al Heyman was saying. We're not working with them. He's going to bet on himself. And now you're telling me about Skipper. Dude, are you fucking that lost? Are you really that lost? They were never going to take that contract. And they told you that. They told you that.
Hey, is this channel called Speak Your Mind?
You can speak it, but you're speaking foolery, and I'm going to shut it down, fam.
Hey, look, the channel is called Speak Your Mind, and let me tell you how lost I am since
There's such thing as speaking your mind and like actually just making up lies in a narrative.
It's okay to agree. It's okay to agree with him, but I mean, it's me and him going back and forth. I already understand that.
Hold on, Jake. Look, this is what you gotta understand, fam. I got multiple people that come on my panel. It don't matter if you just talking to me. If you just coming here to talk to me, then you're gonna have to let them get in at some point. This
it's not.
No. This is how I run my channel. Okay, so listen to the rules of my channel. It ain't gonna just be no me and you conversation. If they want to get in, that's what this panel is for. Like you just said, speak your mind, not just J Max mind, but Virtuoso, Alfonso, IBT. They get to speak their mind too. Okay, so stop trying to shut people down. Like you're not talking to them and they don't get to be in this conversation.
No. Let me explain. I didn't mean it to say I'm shutting somebody down. But if me and you are going back and forth and we're rebuting, or we having a debate, debate and we're going back and forth. What I say is, if a guy is already in agreement with you and they just rebuttering or regurgitating that you're correct or you're saying this, I don't see the importance of you not putting nothing on the line. You're not saying or coming up with your why to it. You just saying,
bro, this is one-on-one debate debate.
Well, I actually haven't been given an opportunity to state my stance because every time I try to interject, I keep being told to hold on.
Hold on for a second. This ain't no fucking one-on-one debate platform, Jake. And another thing, you don't determine how this platform is run. Now, I tell you, like I tell everybody else, you can come up here and play ball the way this platform is run, or you don't have to click the link, but you cannot change anything the way I run this platform. If they want to speak, they can jump in there any fucking time they want, whether they're repetitive. They can say what they want, fam. That's how this platform works. If you don't like it, you don't have to join. But that's just how it works.
Okay? I got you, bro. I got you. And all respect to the co-hosts. I hope y'all don't take it serious.
Ain't no co-host.
No. We're panelists. Yo, J-Mac, I want to ask you a question.
Are you a literal dude or something? Like, bro, it's like everything I say, whether it's co-host, panel host, it's like you trying to correct me on some shit. Like, and like, it's kind of like it's like no matter what I say, I'm interrupted. Like even when I was on here last time, I was going back and forth with multiple guys, and I was interrupted every time I was saying something, but you allowed your other guys to cook.
That's bullshit.
Baptized into something you're trying to do?
No, that's absolute bullshit because I have stopped all of these guys from cutting you off just here today. Every fucking one of them. So that's bullshit. I don't let nobody cut over nobody. So cut that bullshit out, fam. I just stopped every one of these guys from cutting you off today. I don't allow it with nobody. Cut that shit out, fam. Just get used to how this shit works. This ain't one of those other platforms where everybody yelling over top of fucking. I run my shit differently. If you can't get in line with that shit, I'm sorry, fam, but it ain't gonna change. That's how I run this shit.
Can I rebuttal the last thing you said?
You can do whatever you want, fam. Talk.
Okay. You said, let's go back to the skipper, and you said the text in the timeline. Okay. The $100 million offer came after the $50 million offer when AJ said, "I'll take the fight. Give me $50 million." A Wilder and Al Heyman, the guy that you said they don't want to do business, this came out after or before that $50 million. I think it came out afterwards for correction. They got the money together, and they went to propose, and once AJ said the 50 million, Al Heyman and Wilder went back and tried to present the offer or the term sheet to him. It was in the contract to agree on. AJ never agreed, and Hearn never agreed to the term sheet. And they used his $50 million offer, or what he said he'll take, against them. And Wilder tried to propose it with him. Wilder celebrated with his family, took everybody out to eat, thought he was about to get the fight. And they came back, Eddie Hearn started talking about how do we need to see truth to funds. How do we know? You can't believe a man from Alabama. All this happened back and forth. So that created turmoil in the relationship of dealing with him in the zone. Whether you agree,
can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a question real fast?
I'm almost finished. Almost finished. Can I finish?
The zone was not even in play or fucking in existence when that $50 million deal went down. So how are you even tying that in?
Okay, you know what? You're correct.
I want you to answer.
You're correct.
The $50 million, the zone won't even fucking create it yet. So why are you even bringing it in?
You're correct. You're correct. All right, you're right. Okay, I jammed it all together. You're correct. Okay, the zone came out afterwards, but the relationship of dealing with Eddie Hearn and the 50 million, the relationship of dealing with Eddie Hearn. See that shit? Hey, bro, y'all can have this shit, man. I'm not gonna be dealing with no sucker ass niggas that just want to team up and shit.
What are you talking about?
Y'all can have that shit. All this back and forth. Hey, bro, it's the same way you saying I don't want to hear shit. It's the same way y'all guys are. This is speak your mind. If you want to come on here and stay stuck on stupid, you can stay stuck on stupid.
The only person who up here saying stupid shit is you, fam. I'm sorry.
I know, because you so fucking knowledgeable. I got you, bro. I got
you. I don't claim to know it all, but dog, you don't know shit about boxing. It's not my fault you don't know shit about boxing. You're talking about a $50 million deal that was years before the zone even fucking showed their face. And even the line of questioning that he was going down with that was still already flawed. Because when the zone was created was when Al and them said they're not fucking with him because they came out trying to bash pay-per-views. Like this dude is all over the fucking place.
He's not on the panel anymore.
I don't care. Good riddance.
This argument was falling apart at the seams, man.
His argument is dead before he starts them, fam, because he only comes over here with the fucking LDBC narratives. I don't care what these. How many times we hear people say, "Oh, I got my own mind. I got my own mind." It's the same fucking shit we hear on their videos. No, you don't. You don't got your own mind. You're not even reading these fucking articles, and you could tell that they're not reading the articles because they don't know shit about what's in them. Oh, my bad. Yeah, you were correct on that. Of course I'm correct, because you listened to what Ego told you. You didn't read for yourself. What the fuck, man? Fuck out of here, man.
It seemed like he didn't want to listen. He was just waiting for his turn to respond.
Man, whatever. Ain't nobody ganging up on him. That's why I didn't mean to keep cutting y'all off, but he had said that a couple of times, and I didn't even want him to fucking, because each and every one of us could have bodied that motherfucker alone. IBT could have did it. Virtuoso could have did it. I don't even know who the fuck Alfonso is right now, but he probably could have did it. The shit make no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
It was just
when
crazy.
You start going to that $50 million offer, going down that path. I said, let me ask you a question right there. Stop right there, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, bro. Like I said, Alfonso, I didn't even know what angle you were coming from, but I'm sure you could have killed that bullshit. I'm sure you could have.
Yeah.
Like nothing. It's like this. You talking about this called Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. I gave you a chance to speak that dumb shit every time. And you did it for about fucking 10 dumbass statements. Didn't you speak it? You spoke it. Just because you spoke your mind don't mean it won't stupid as fuck, because all of it is, bro. Tank Davis the greatest at 35, but you got no way to validate that. And in the end of that damn 40-minute conversation, well, I just like Tank. And we knew that. We knew that from the beginning. It's crazy.
Bro, you got people here coming on here saying this stuff, following narratives from people that are from the outside looking in boxing, right? And you have these PBC fighters, right, openly admitting how the sausage is made. You got Wilder tweeting out that, I turned out to fight AJ to fight you, to fight, Tyson Fury,
right.
Be a man of the word. You got Jamal Charlo, no, Jamal Charlo, who had his twin brother, basically outed him as turning down a fight with Canelo.
Yeah, he
I was
got the
gonna ask him if that shit
I
is
was got no fucking money to fight Canelo. His own brother put that shit out on him.
yeah.
It's crazy, man. These guys, they only hear what they want. Again, a lot of these guys, they don't. Here's the lie. Here's the lie. It's the same lie as Spence says about man down promotions. I'm my own boss. That same lie, it's just like that when they come over here and say, nah, this is my own mind. My own boss, my own mind. You and Spence line. It ain't your mind because it's coming from ego and Fanon in them. And Spence ain't his own goddamn boss. Because if you don't talk to Al, then nothing getting done. This a lie, man. See, and they're in the group and they're listening to all of these lies and foolery coming from certain channels and this network over here. They're listening to Floyd Mayweather and this facade he putting up. And they think that shit is true. And they come over here and try to argue with us when we actually know the truth. Like, dude, what's wrong with you? Timeline's all off. This motherfucker talking about the 50 million and the zone. The zone won't even around it. What the hell?
Man, I don't even want to get into that, man, because all I'm just going by what Wilder said, and he just said it. He fucking turned out,
right. But then
money to fight AJ, so he could fight with Fury.
Say he don't want to hear that either. Like, didn't you know that the PBC said they're not doing business with the zone? I think that deal was almost slammed shut before they even tried. Who turned down 100? They turned down $100 million. This shows you, to me, what this shows is they were dead serious about not doing business with them. So forget about Charlo turning down $7 million. That should really be no surprise because they already proved to you that they're really not going to do business with them. When they turned out $100 million, who the fuck cares about $7 million? That shouldn't even be a surprise. They showed us we're not going to do business with them. So it doesn't matter if Skipper. See what this dude J Mac don't understand is leadership, right? Leadership and accountability, which is something Wilder and his fans also don't understand. Accountability. Skipper came out being accountable because he was the fucking CEO. He was in charge of that deal, right? This is why he came out. And he took accountability. But they take that, oh, see, he messed it all up. When Al Heyman, y'all's God, told y'all he's not doing business with the zone. Now, what should stick more? Al Heyman, y'all's God, telling you that he ain't gonna do business with this company, or Skipper coming out being and saying what a leader does. Come the fuck on with this, fam. How many times you seen Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James said, man, I could have do better. I should have done this. And you seen that it was their whole team fucking up. It won't even them. They scored 50, 60 points, but they still get in front of the mic and said, man, I got to play better. I got to do this. That's just a leadership quality. Instead of making fucking excuses when you lose. See, they good with that shit, though, right? They don't know about leadership. J Mac don't understand about leadership. Why he misconstrued what Don Skipper had to say. They don't get that. Integrity, leadership, honor. They don't get that because that's not how it works over there. So they rather deal with deception, narratives, and lies than to deal with integrity, leadership, honor. You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem with these guys, fam.
Yeah, they only want to hear what they want to hear.
Right.
Because their opinions are just so insular. Over here, we basically, we hash out our differences, man.
Tay said the zone never offered Anthony Joshua, so everybody wrong in my opinion. The zone never offered. Nah, not Joshua, Wilder, fam. The zone offered Wilder. I don't. If somebody said they offered Joshua, yeah, that's bullshit too, Tay. That's not. The zone made the offer to Wilder. If the zone didn't make the offer to Wilder, Tay, then why the fuck would John Skipper come out and take accountability for that deal not running smoothly? So it had to be an offer from the zone to Wilder. That can't be a lie, Tay. Right? I don't tell no lies over here, Tay. I might say a lot of shit people don't like, but I don't tell no fucking lies over here. Skipper never guaranteed Joshua. That was the biggest thing, bro. Hey, bro, I get it. And Skipper took accountability for a lot of the shit he did. But that shit was misconstrued. Hey, I know you don't agree with what that fool was saying. And shout out to Tay Jones, fam. So I know you don't agree with that, Tay. Because you know too much about what's really going on. That dude was fucking lost, fam. So the things you saying, Tay, I don't have no problem. Like, we understand on that. But to bring up 50 million, you know the $50 million thing, Tay, had nothing to do with the zone. That's what this dude was saying there, bro. Come on, man. We can't have all of that dumb shit. You know what I mean? That shit is just this is how narratives get spent. This is how narratives get spent. I don't even blame Wilder. Not one time have anybody. I said Finkel, Al Heyman. They convinced him of that shit. I mean, look, if when I had my business in 2009, my brother and I, we had a metal recycling business. So I had 2 managers, an accountant. You know what I mean? And why do you hire these people? You hire these people to do their job. So you got to trust that what they're doing is leading you in the right direction. This is why they hire management and promoters and shit like that, right? That's why he pay these people. So if they convince him, I'm not gonna blame him. They fucked it up, which is where I've always been with that. Al Heyman, Shelley Finkel, DeBella, or whoever the fuck was involved, they fucked that up, fam. You feel me? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tank. That dude was out of his fucking mind. Yeah, like he was even laughing at that dude. That dude was fucking crazy. So again, I never put. Of course, when we going back and forth with fucking these delusional Wilder fans, we're gonna say, well, why Wilder? Well, why Canelo? Well, why Errol Spence? But it's really the representatives. Like I always say about Spence and Crawford. Those dudes not ducking each other. Who do y'all hear me blame? Al and Bob. Like I go to the meat and potatoes. Crawford said Spence ain't dunking him. Fans don't want to hear that. Spence dunking him anyway. Ring got cute. My man Julius, same way. Crawford told the people Spence ain't dunking him, but they still saying he dunking him. Like, come on with this shit, man. When are we gonna put the heat on where it really go? It's the suits, man. All these guys that come out here and they tell you they depend on the suits. So these deals happen behind the scenes. Some of these boxers have power, and you know, a lot of saying the negotiation, and I know the old adage, if they really want to fight, they could get the fight. Well, that ain't always fucking truth, man. That's not always fucking truth. You know, that's a fan's perspective of how this shit goes. And I hear people say, oh, they really want that fight, they can make it happen. Yeah, that ain't always fucking true. It's just certainly not, man. You sign these contracts and you get locked up with these fucking networks and shit. That's not all the way true that they can make it happen just if they want to make it happen. That's bullshit.
Hey, so you don't think 60-40 split fit? I mean, a fair split?
Look, man, you know, a few days ago, I was like, man, F that. Crawford needs to take that 60-40, shut the fuck up and all of that, right? I was going in. And I went and talked to, I was on a live with Ring IQ, and I had to reevaluate some things with that situation. Now, I still think that I still think that 60-40 is valid, right? But 60-40 is not going to, from what I understand, and I actually checked him up on this, 60-40 may give Crawford less than his base pay. And then if that's the case, fuck no, it's not fair. Somebody need to come up with some more money. Because you cannot expect Crawford to take less than his base pay to fight in the biggest fight there is to fight. If that's the case, that's absolutely ridiculous to ask someone to do that. This is supposed to be one of the biggest fights next to Joshua and Fury. It's bigger than this fight. And you're going to ask Crawford to take less than he would get on his base pay? Is that fair?
No, I hadn't heard that. Like the latest news that I had heard was that I don't know how the validity of the story. Somebody had put out that the 60-40 offer that Spence had turned it down. You know what I'm saying? So that his representation, I guess, like was that J-Mac and all of them had, you know, it was something behind the scenes that went on. But I don't know the validity of that story though. I don't know how true that is, but they were saying that
I mean, in either case, even if that story is true, Alfonso, I wouldn't expect Spence to do it either. You know, I'm going to keep the same energy with my guy. Like Spence is my dude. That's the guy I'm rooting for. So if I'm going to give Crawford benefit of the doubt, say no, I'm not going to take less money than I'm worth, basically, then I wouldn't expect Spence to do it either. So if he turned down the 60-40 offers, what the fuck why should he? Especially when I still feel like he has more value than Crawford in this negotiation. That's why I'm not going to dismiss the 60-40. But I, I was saying this even before Julius gave me information that I didn't know about. I was still saying that Al Heyman and Paul Heyman need to figure out how to increase the purse so that both of these guys are satisfied. And I don't know what the purse amount is, but Julius and them have more insight to that. So what his claim is, and I cannot validate this or not because I couldn't find the information on it. What his claim is this: what's in the purse, what they're offering in the purse, the 40% that Crawford would be getting is less than his base pay. And if that's the case, fam, I'm not trying to hear shit about no backing on pay-per-view. I can't offer this dude less than his base pay up front. No fucking way, fam. If that's the 60-40 deal, that's not fair. Is it fair to Spence get 60-40 of the lion's share? Okay, hell yeah, that's fair. But if the only lion's share that's there, the 40% is less than Crawford's base amount, nah, bro, I can't ask Crawford to do that. They need to put more money in that pot. Now, if they put more money in that pot and the 60-40, you know what I mean, satisfy that, and then we talking back end and all that, then Crawford got no excuses. But if it's less than his base pay, man, we can't blame Crawford for that. It's a bum deal. It's a bum deal.
Yeah.
Oh no, I feel you. I heard that. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, like, I encourage Crawford, to go to PBC, but they gotta say exactly, like, they gotta pay him what he's worth, the money he's getting on ESPN. The thing with what the problem is though, Fox, the guys who handle Spence, right? They've been undercutting, Crawford's earning potential just the way they treated him, like acting like he doesn't exist. Now all of a sudden they're trying to hype up this fight, but Manny Pacquiao stepped in, so he's gonna have to take a backseat yet again. So, but they're still gonna have to pay him, what he's worth on ESPN, for him to come over to Fox.
We got IBT. Let me know if I'm right about this. Jessica, what's good, mi hermano? Look, did he get like 7+ and then upside? Is that what Andy got? Something like that?
And for the first fight or the second fight?
The first one. Like 7+ and the upside, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, it was around there, Jessica. It was like 7.8 or some shit. Then upside, on the venue, all of that other shit.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you made around $7 million for the first fight.
Right.
Biggest payday so far.
But anyway, Miguel Robles, what's good, mi hermano? Yeah, man. Look, bro. I don't know. With this, let's get back to Canelo and Anvi Yildrim because J Mac took us all around the goddamn.
Yeah, did you see how far that devolved, man? All I wanted to ask him the entire goddamn time he was on the panel was, do you just not want him to fight, right? Do you want him to get stripped? Like I can understand if he has hard feelings about the past based on what he thinks he knows, right? But in terms of this fight, does he just want him to get stripped, or does he just not want to see the guy fight? I don't understand. The whole thing was baffling to me, and I was tuning it out eventually because that guy actually nothing he was saying, none of the timeline made sense. Whatever.
Yeah, I think it's more or less they just want him to. They just want a reason to stick the narrative that he's ducking Charlo or ducking Andre or ducking someone. But again, man, I remember because I'm a fucking huge Spence fan, and everybody knows it. I remember when he was fighting. People start talking that shit. I'm like, shut up! You cannot say somebody's ducking when they're facing a mandatory, bro. And the IBF will definitely strip. So now that we in 2020, you think I'm gonna have a different opinion about Canelo? Shut up with this ducking and this a mandatory, bro. It's a mandatory. Just whoever you want him to fight, got to sit back and wait. Now, even if he goes and fight Billy Joe Saunders next, they're still going to be crying ducking, but he's unifying the belt. So y'all can still carry that ducking shit. Like I said, no Charlo, he has two fights to do this. Canelo got 2 fights in between. Charlo got plenty of time to train and all of that. Because Canelo ain't even entertaining. They didn't even talk about playing until September of 2021. So you got, my friend, months in front of you. Go talk to Al. All of y'all fuckers always telling everybody else to go talk to Al. Jamal Charlo, go talk to Al Heyman. Set you up a fight, a title fight, right? At 168 with Caleb Plant. It's an in-house deal. Easy to make. You get in there and you beat Caleb Plant, which I might shock a lot of people. I think Jamal has a chance to do that. But you get in there, you beat Caleb Plant. Now you have a belt. Now you're locked in for a Canelo fight. And that will be the best win on your pathetic resume. Because all you have is Sergey Derevianchenko. That's it. That's the whole thing with Jamal. Work yourself right into that fight. Where if Canelo don't take the fight, then me and a whole lot of other people will flame the living shit out of him because you just gave us another claim at cleaning out 168. Now you already gave me that bullshit claim at 160, which I don't know. That might be a feather in the wind about 160. So don't come back and turn around and give me that claim at 168. And Charlo's holding this belt and you don't make that fight. Hell no. Hell no. I don't care how many people will get mad. I will be calling him all kind of ducks in the water because that's all it would line up to be. But will Charlo go through that? I doubt it because he is not trying to do shit in his career. So I doubt Charlo would do that.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna consider themselves promoters, man, they got you got your lines only, you got your man down. You're your own boss, man. There's nothing stopping you from going to another network, to get more money to fight an opponent that you wish to face, that you've been calling out. You can't wait for Al to tell you, okay, to go or no go, to make sure you got everything hashed out in terms of contracts. But I'm pretty sure if Charlo would go to the zone, he'd get paid more. That's just me.
Yeah, well,
Because you did.
you get ready to give him $7 million to fight Andre.
Yeah.
He definitely would have got more. Jessica, she said Blue Boxing, imagine becoming a multi-billionaire fighter 2 fight. Yeah, Andy Ruiz, but imagine your grocery bill being $90,000 a month. How long is that money going to last?
Hey, but didn't Andrade put out of that fight with Charlo, didn't he?
Jamel Charlo at 154.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Rock Nation situation. With Jamel. No, Charlo ducked that smoke at 160. Jamal Charlo. This is just a clear duck, fam. But I mean, he did it under the advisement of Al Heyman, which I'm not gonna, dismiss that. They told him not. Again, it's just what I was just telling J Max, fam. If they don't want to do business with the zone for 100 million, how much blame could we really put on Charlo? He got the word that. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Look at you. Look at you. See, this is the kind of comment. Still talking about me. Move on, clowns. Okay, but you still listening. If you were really that mad, you wouldn't even be in the fucking chat listening.
You can just.
Bro, I just.
How do you know I'm still talking about you if you're not still in here fucking listening?
J Mac, you can still come back on the panel, actually.
Yeah, this is an open panel. You the one who got mad. Yeah, you got mad at that, fam. What the fuck? You were saying crazy shit. You can't validate none of that shit. I'm not gonna stop talking about that. You're the type of guy that makes this exciting for me. This is why I do this every day, so I can educate guys like you. Y'all don't want to take it as education, but if you listen in the ego and Dante, yeah, you getting dumbed down, so you need to go get educated. That's how I look at it.
Yeah,
Why
just like because the
out here?
Yildirim fight ain't a bad fight, honestly. I mean, we don't have to wait 6-7 months for it. You know, it's he gonna just get them out the way. You know what I'm saying? Every like I said, it'll happen, man. Like people say, it'll happen, man. Like I'm more in agreement with what Andre said at his last fight that they need to stop waiting on Canelo and everybody need to fight everybody. Like yo, I heard y'all say earlier, like with the older brother Benavidez, like you got problems. You know what I'm saying? You at 168, so you need to, they need to be humble, man. Like them guys need to fight each other and build up a resume so you build up juice to the fight, man. Instead of just everybody, like you said, you just want to get that quick paycheck and get out of there, man. Canelo the top dog, so that man gonna do what he gonna do. You can't make the top person at the sport do what you want to do and you beneath him. Like I don't understand that.
Yeah, Canoe, I can't keep up with these comments, fam. And as we grow, I ain't never going. You go over there to show business the adult. He reads one out of every 110 comments. You can't keep up with this shit, dog. I'm telling you, we got everybody taking their piece, and I'm trying to control people from talking over each other and all of that. Man, I can't get to every comment. I'll put it up on the screen, but I ain't gonna read them all out. Sergio said I'm crazy. Hell yeah, I'm crazy as hell when it comes to these goddamn illusions and narratives, man. I can't. Anytime I hear a narrative or what I perceive to be a narrative, I'm going at that shit. I'm going at that shit. That's what this all about. And that's why I want to break down. See, G-Mac actually helped us out. That's what this live is about. See, guys, I said this the other day. Guys like J-Mac, they come to the table. These are all of the things that's going to be said. So we already put that shit to bed already. All of these things are going to be said about Canelo and why he should do this and why he should do that and try to discredit the Yildirim fight and then talk about the franchise and the Charlo situation and blah, 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 blah. What about the fact, all you Charlo fans and Andre fans, what about the fact that in 6 months' time, this dude will fight 3 fights, 2 champions, and a mandatory? What are you idiots doing in 6 months? You might not even fight one goddamn fight. Fuck out of here, man. Gotta be kidding
Like
me.
sitting around waiting. They sitting around waiting and stuff.
They're sitting around waiting. In 6 months' time,
Yeah, man.
he fought Callum Smith. Now he's getting ready to fight Anvi Yildrim in February and then turn around and fight BJS in May. So that would be 6 months' time. He took on 2 champions and a damn mandatory. And what has Demetrius Andre or Charlo done in a 6-month period? They probably will have 1 or no fights in that period, where Canelo is having 2 fights against a champion and a mandatory, and they still fucking complaining. You got to be kidding me, man.
Yo. You asked you. I'm back here. I'm laughing. Okay. I'm LDBC now. I'm Boxing Eagle Logic. I was told I was all getting this and all getting that. I don't listen to none of them goddamn channels. I didn't went through YouTube just like all you dudes then went through sampling channels for boxing, and I outgrown them. I don't need nobody to base my knowledge. I mean, I stand on what I take away from the sport and what my perspective is, and I find it funny when dudes do the same thing. Just because y'all in agreement is more factual than me, and what have you. I may have quoted some things and said some things incorrectly, and I realize in a time frame I do jam things up because you got to take it when these things happen, and it's years in between. And I jammed up the zone with the Eddie Hearn thing, and I remember that the zone came after the 50 million when you corrected me. And so instead of using it to like correct me in like in my debate, you try to use it against my debate, which I can never get my point off because I felt like it was already made and determined what y'all view my opinion. Speak your mind and speak your mind, your logic, your perception. Because remember when we was on here the other day, y'all say it was based opinion based anyway. But just because you're in agreement doesn't make it a fact. Because you still left some things out. Like I heard Tay tell you, Pac-Man Tay, ATL Tay say Anthony Joshua was never a part of the deal. I brought that up, but you didn't even respond to it. Hold on. You didn't respond to it when I brought it up, but you gave him his just due. But just because you didn't like what I was using to I guess debate you with or argue against your opinion.
No,
Point you didn't even credit that. But
that's not true, fam. When you brought it up in the context you brought it up in, it was irrelevant to our argument. That's why I didn't entertain it. But what Tay was saying, and when he said it, I never said it wasn't a valid point. But when you brought it up in the context you brought it up, it was irrelevant, fam. It was irrelevant to our argument. That's why I didn't entertain that.
Weren't we going back and forth about Wilder going? It started from the Canelo and the mandatory position, and then I don't even know how we jumped to Wilder with AJ. And
I don't know either, but fuck that situation. Fuck AJ and Wilder right now. Because neither one of them my goddamn champions. And at the end of the day, I don't give two shits. Because Tyson Fury is going to take all the gold. So I don't care about Wilder or AJ. I don't.
The gloves or not,
I'm not fans of theirs. I'm a Tyson Fury fan. There's only one Tyson Fury. There's only one Tyson Fury, okay? And it ain't AJ, and it ain't Wilder. So the hell with it.
How do you feel about Fury with his gloves allegations? And many a times he done been suspected of using temporary gloves. Like how you feel about it? I'm not talking about the glove game with Wilder. Just for clarity, don't get on here spinning what I'm saying. I'm talking about the multiple times he done been caught in the ring. Right. The referee had to stop the fight. That guy that came out with the interview.
Hey, I heard it all before because we done had this conversation. I heard all of it before. This is what I think about it. How many times was he penalized or fined? Hello? What?
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I got
one simple question for you. How many times was he penalized or fined by commissions? How many times?
Nah, because he was in one of them. He was in bed with the commission because he paid the commission $5,000.
Bro, you giving me look? How many times was he penalized or fined? That's all I ask you. I don't need the story behind why he wasn't. How many times was he?
Like I said, you can't
answer questions now.
I can't answer questions, but you don't like the way I answer.
Just give me how many times was he fined, fam? How many times was he fined?
I don't know because he paid the commission one time.
Okay, see, this is the thing, fam. This is the thing with you guys, man. He literally.
No, it's not you guys. It's me. It's not LGBTC.
This is the thing with you, J-Mac. You don't want to accept the truth of things, fam.
Okay.
I mean, I'm serious because here, look, you asked me what is my stance on it. Here's my stance. I don't give a flying fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I don't. Okay? That's my stance on it, and the reason is because I've said this plenty of times before. Not just boxing, man. 90 in the high 90 percentile of all athletes and all sports are using shit. I look at LeBron, he's using shit. Football is massacred for using shit. I just look at this as I just look at athletics and professional competition as one of these things where they're all doing something. Okay? When you get fined or penalized, to me, then it matters. You know, when you don't, when there's just allegations, like you said, how do I feel about the allegations? Mm-hmm. That's how I look at them, as allegations, and I don't give a fuck.
Right. Okay, when has the commission ever caught somebody and it hasn't been a trainer? Because last time I remember when we do catch people cheating, it's normally a trainer or somebody in the camp or in around the fight. The commission normally doesn't catch it. It gets brought to the commission. The guy that just passed the trainer, I forget his name, for the sake of the guy that caught Margarito cheating against Shane Mosley. Was a trainer. It wasn't a commissioner. The commissioner actually has failed the sport when it comes down to catching because it's like they're the police and they report to the crime. They don't never catch the crime because they don't get away with it. So when you sit up there saying fine and caught, if the commission had doesn't catch people cheating, and it takes other people to catch people cheating. Maybe it was certain trainers missing it. Maybe certain trainers didn't have the experience. Maybe the ref didn't catch it, or what have you. It can be multiple reasons why we're not gonna act like boxing is clean sport. And guys been cheating with glove wraps, hand wraps, gloves.
Make your point, bro. Make your point. I hear all you saying, but make your point to all of this. What's your point?
My point is saying how many times the guy has been caught or fined doesn't exonerate him from being actually caught of doing it. Why is he so suspicious, and why he's brought up on suspicion so many times?
That's what I'm telling you. I don't care, fam. I'm not a detective. I'm not the commission, and I don't care. The reason you guys care so much is because Wilder lost. Okay?
No, I'm saying we. You're speaking to me. We is not me.
Let me finish. Because you're not the only one. You can say your own man is just J Mac, but I'm telling you now, you're saying the same foolery that I've done heard 100 times before. So I'm going to say you guys, because it's the exact same shit that I've heard before. Okay? You guys are pro Wilder for whatever reason, and you feel like Fury cheated. So that's your standpoint. You don't like it, that's your stance. Fine. I don't have a problem with that. But don't have a problem with me not giving a fuck. Okay?
Well, like I said, you're entitled to your opinion.
And so are you.
Me is not we. And it's not that Fury it's not that Wilder lost. Because I don't care who won the fight. Yes, I was rooting for Wilder, but if Fury was the best, I've always thought Fury could beat Wilder. I thought Ortiz could beat Wilder. When Wilder took the Ortiz fight, I was a little concerned about the fight because I thought Ortiz was going to beat him. So them guys, I don't care. It's the better man get in the ring and get in the fight. Like I said on the show yesterday, that show I was on with you with Julius Ring IQ. I say I'm pro fighter. I don't care if my guy get in the ring.
Okay, let me catch the super chat real quick. It's sorted to the channel, to the Speaking Mind Sports Talk family, and also to you. So, Sergio, I appreciate you for contributing to the Speaking Mind Sports Talk family. Sergio says, this is for J-Mac education. You tell him, D. All right, go ahead, sir. Your floor.
Yeah. Hey, the education is going so well. I chimed in for more. Okay. Shout out to the super chatter. Now, what I was saying on the show, I'm pro fighter, man. Don't link me to these channels just because my argument sounds something. Because if I was really LWC, I don't think I'd be going this hard for Bud on here. No, I'm just let me be clear, because I'm about let's just put things in perspective. Let me be delusional by myself. Don't delude me with the rest of the delusional people, because I don't listen to the LDBC, because I don't agree with a lot of them do narrative. I think that's guys panning together, sticking together no matter what, and agreeing to a point and going with it.
I listen to the LDBC, and I don't have a problem with the LDBC. And I wasn't calling you LDBC. I said you're listening to certain channels or Ego or Aki, and with those guys are not even LDBC. So I never called you that, and I don't have a problem with them. I listen to the LDBC, and I'm cool with a lot of those.
One of y'all said LDBC. I heard it. I didn't make it up. So
I said it, but I didn't call you LDBC. I said you're listening to certain LDBC channels, and I actually listed them off, like Fanon, BFTB, silly ass. That's what I said.
I don't do Fanon. I don't do Boxing Eagle. I done been through all those channels. When this what I do, and let me explain you about me, so you understand maybe I'm unique or not. When it come down to channels and I start listening to narratives, and I realize it's like narrative waves. I don't like channels where everybody got to agree with on you like take a stance, because boxing spit out so many things and so many narratives, and we can't hold everybody to their time on what they say, because a lot of people lie in the sport. A lot of people say things and it don't happen. A lot of people say this, a lot of people say that. So we hold everybody to their time. We all will end up being liars at the end of the day. So we base it off of liars, then how we gonna say we have facts? Only thing I agree with, and I think you do a lot of, you align yourself with what you believe and what you take away from it perspective wise, and then you call it facts when somebody tried to dispute it. And like I was trying to do earlier on here, it's called speak your mind. Whether you agree with my opinion, you gotta allow me to speak my mind and let's have a back and forth about it, whether we agree upon it, for you to even understand it, instead of just, oh, you didn't heard this before, you didn't heard that before, right? Because maybe you didn't heard something new that can also change or enlighten some of the stuff that you have taken away from. Because we already agree that it's based off opinion, unless we all sitting in there going down with these business meetings, going down reporting these numbers, getting down at the inside. We don't have no logic or no facts. It's still based off our opinion.
Okay, listen,
Okay.
Jay, did
Can I
you hear?
respond?
Yeah, real quick, Virtuoso, and I'm gonna let you go next. Did you hear how long you just talked, uninterrupted? Did you see that? Right, that,
Hmm.
sir, is called speaking your fucking mind. Nobody interrupted you. Again, you can speak your mind, and then after you're finished, like you are now, if I come back and say that's absolutely ridiculous, you spoke your mind. I just told you this shit was ridiculous. So I'm not stopping you from speaking your mind, fam. And this is one of the channels that you can feel comfortable that you won't get any narrative. And I want to say this last thing before I let Virtuoso jump in there. When I say facts, okay, when I say facts, it is because it's based on the facts that is there for everyone. The things that I'm telling you are facts because it's based on the facts. It's based on facts, fam. Okay? What you hear in other places are narratives. And that's what my objective is here, to debunk narratives. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know what part of that you're missing. But that's what I do here. Virtuoso, go ahead.
Okay, J Mac, I heard you brought up Boxing Voice interview with, I guess, David Benavidez' trainer or father. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, apparently you said that. Okay, that they have been they found out about a phone call the WBC were receiving from Canelo. So am I right or not?
Yes, yes, I say that they called Blase by after he was set, and Canelo wanted to fight the guy y'all talking about right now. That's what his father just
Okay.
reported.
Okay. The thing is, man, even if that was the case, right? It doesn't separate, fact from, it doesn't negate the fact that Benavidez lost the belt twice
Agreed.
for being busted for having cocaine in the system. That's the responsibility of him to retain that belt. Because
Hmm.
in order for Canelo, right, to become four belt undisputed, right, he's gonna need that belt, and then at some point he's gonna need Benavidez. So that was his responsibility, right, to keep his nose clean, to hold on to the title, because you never know when you might get that chance. I don't really believe totally that Canelo doesn't want to fight Mexicans. Maybe the case, maybe not, but he's still gonna need him. If he had the belt, that's what I want to point out.
Okay, I totally agree with what you said. As far as Canelo fighting Mexicans, I felt like Floyd fought flat-footed fighters that he can easily pick apart. I mean, that's what I took away from his matchup and his styles. Flat-footed guys that was
Mm,
Hispanic because they brought in a lot of money because he liked to fight on Mexican holidays. He realized that was the sport in that time that he was making a lot of money off these guys. Plus, they had a back. They not only had a good following of fans who got behind them. So when Floyd used to be saying like I'm robbing the bank and all that and stuff, I took away from that. He knew what he was doing. So if I say Canelo is picking a certain style fighter, I don't mean anything by it, but I do have a problem when dudes defend why he's picking a certain style fighter because we know Canelo looks good against guys that can fight a certain type of way. But like the Caleb Plants, like the nose spray Billy Joe Saunders, like Demetrius Andrade, those guys
hmm
give Canelo problems because Canelo don't. I believe Canelo look good against guys who can't use a jab and that have mediocre boxing skills, guys that can actually think or put Canelo in situations where he faced the adversity of thinking. Like he fought a Floyd. Not saying these guys are Floyd, but these guys are a lot bigger than Floyd and they're boxers. They have jabs, they have lateral movement. They invasive. They can move. That comes along with the fight. I notice Canelo typically stays away from guys that can do that at a high level.
Hmm. Well, one thing about it, Oscar was doing the matchmaking and a lot of that stuff. Certain fighters that Canelo didn't fight. Look, man, those are things like that I don't argue because there are certain fighters that didn't fight, but a lot of these fighters, the certain fighters that he didn't fight, what people have to realize is that he fought tougher and more skilled fighters than them that had accomplished more, that was ranked higher. So we can complain about these, especially like the fucking Demetrius Andre, who's ranked definitely the lowest of the champions, who's fucking done nothing with his career. We could say, yeah, he offers Canelo, oh, this the problem, blah, blah, blah. But look at the guys he fought. They were tougher opponents than Demetrius Andre. It's like I tell all Demetrius Andre fans, let's see him go up and even fight the lowest champ in a Kovalev at 175. You'll never see him do it. You won't see Demetrius Andre test himself like that. He wouldn't win that fight. He wouldn't.
Can I say something? Isn't he trying to fight Billy Joe Saunders at 168?
We don't know. That's what I'm demanding.
He's demanding it. All right, I'm confused. Okay, so in boxing, everybody gets to fight everybody they want to fight, right? No matter what, whether you high reward,
No.
I mean you high risk, low reward. So okay, you critique a guy in his resume and say he ain't fight nobody when certain guys get avoided in the sport. Are you aware that guys get avoided, correct?
J Mac, I'm aware that many guys get avoided, but also you have to also be aware that Demetrius Andre turned down and blew a lot of chances. So the blame still goes on.
He turned down one.
No.
With Canelo Charlo at 154.
Now I'm going to go back to the education because this is probably something you don't know. If you're going to say he turned down one, I have to educate you. I have to.
Come on.
Okay, Matt Korobal didn't take the fight. Derevianchenko, when he was fucking undefeated, didn't take the fight. Your guy, Derevianchenko, that you praised earlier, he didn't take that goddamn fight. So
praise earlier.
Hold up. I'm not finished. I don't cut you off. Don't try and cut me off.
That's a lie, though. I didn't praise them. I never praised them, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, whatever. You ain't praised them. Still don't cut me off because I ain't cutting you off. I don't care. You didn't praise him. Good. Even still, those are three names that he could have already had on his resume that would make him much more efficient than he is now. Because every one of those three names are better than anyone he's fought already. And he is solely responsible for not having those names on his resume. So when we come to 2020, I don't want to hear all of these complaints. Nobody wanted to fight him. Bullshit.
Okay.
Complete bullshit.
Was they his mandatories? Did he pay step aside money to any of those guys?
Dude. Hold on for a second. That is a different argument.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
He's a champion. If they're not his mandatory, how is he cutting these guys?
Why you cut me off now? You asked me a question. Now let me answer it, and I'll tell you why it's a different argument. If he turns down the fight, fam, it don't have to be no fucking mandatory because you're saying that nobody wanted to fight him. If he's turning down the fight, what is the relevance of if it was a mandatory?
Is that a question?
Yes, that's a question. Well, how is that relevant if he's turning down the fights? And you said nobody wanted to fight him. What the fuck does a mandatory have to do with it?
Okay, I'm about to answer your question to give you an answer, but I will let you know what I meant when I said nobody wants to fight him, since you took it the wrong way. If he's turning down the fights and what have you, that you cannot just put it out there and say nobody wants to fight him. It is incorrect statement to say that if he has turned down fights. But to put it in perspective, boxing is a business. When I say nobody wants to fight him, I am talking about the top guys, because Demetrius Yildrim, whether you want to accept it or not, the Jamal Cholos, even though I agree they should fight each other before a Canelo fight, let's keep that one in the bank, because I said that on here earlier. Them two should fight each other before a Canelo fight. I did say that. So when I'm saying that, to go back to that, they're on record. They all turned down, and guys, Demetrius Andrade been on the zone for the past 2 to 3 years. I don't lost track. If somebody know the time, you can correct me later. But he has been in a position to where he can get the top names or fight the Triple G's that's in his weight class that's not fighting him. the Canelo when he was at 160 and he was a champion at 160, whether we accept it, agree how he got it, or what have you. All I know is the WBO sanctioning fee. He pays them money to represent their title, and they know who he is. Okay, so when you say these guys and he turned them down, okay, boxing is a business. There's a business side of it. It's you're not telling the whole truth. You may have a truth and a percentage of it in there, but it's not the whole truth. Why did he turn it? Did he turn it down for a bigger fight? Because remember, we still want him to get the big name. So he could go fight the Matt Corbos of the world and don't get the credit, but still try to make a bigger fight. Or what's the reason why he turned it down instead of you just putting it out there in the universe? And we can know because we got reasons and we know why some of the bigger names turn down certain fights in the sport. And a lot of time it has to do with something business related. Like I said, the only fight on record that you can actually say he turned down is the 154 fight with Jamel Charlo when Rock Nation offered him and told him not to take the fight because they were giving him a bigger deal, and he was frustrated going into business with him because he was the champion getting paid less than Jamel Charlo, and Jamel Charlo got more. So when Rock Nation came in and it was giving out money back then, he thought he was taking the better business situation. Boxing and business go hand in hand. So you can't just say a guy turns down something when he tries to make a business decision, just like you give credit to another guy making a business decision that's more financial to him, like we do with Canelo with taking the WBC when he decided not to fight his mandatory and said, you know what, I want to fight my mandatory instead of giving me a title that allows me to pick and choose who I want to fight for more financial gain. It's the same argument.
It's not the same argument because Canelo fought a fucking champion and Demetrius Andre fought Sulecki. What the fuck are you talking? And then turn around and fought Keebler while Canelo fought another champion. So if you're gonna make a business decision like you're talking about, maybe the business decision should lead you fucking uphill. Like Canelo business decisions have led him uphill, not to oblivion, like Demetrius Andre's business decisions have led him to oblivion. That's the difference. One person's business decisions were wise. He went and collected titles. He's making more money than everybody in boxing. And one person's business decisions were abysmal. It led him to oblivion. That's the difference, J-Mac. No arguing that. Because look where Canelo is and look where Demetrius Andre is. If he made better business decisions, maybe he wouldn't be there. He may not be where Canelo is, but he damn sure wouldn't be as low as he is now. How about that?
So we actually had the guy who's over the zone.
Somebody else. Go ahead, Jay.
We actually had the matchmaker for the zone that says Andrade is being that's the business guy, the guy who matchmakes the fight, the guy who say, hey, let's matchmake him with this. I think this makes financial gain business for the company. Whether we want to argue opinion, he said Andrade is being avoided. So I guess since that's his opinion and his title doesn't give him the experience to say that. So if my argument is you're saying what a guy should have done when he's not actually being put in the same situation to do it, and giving guys praise when a guy who is being put in the position to do it. Andrade has been avoided, whether you want to accept it or not. Whether he turned down the Jamel Charlo deal or what have you. That's the only thing y'all have, and y'all got to bring that back. That's like 5 years, 6 years ago, and that's not even Jamal. That was Jamel, 154, and we talking about Jamal at 160. And they're walking around here with that grudge, holding on to it, making excuses on, and him and his trainer on why they can't fight the dude when they should actually be fighting them. So like I said, I repeat, I push for them to the fight, but you keep bringing up irrelevant ass points for a guy when his career has been dealt different. His card's been dealt different. He had to go through what he had to go through, and nobody been lining up, no top names been lining up to fight this dude and get in a ring with a Demetrius Andrade, whether you want to put it out there and say what he has done or who he has turned down, but none of them Matt Caldwells are the names that we wanted Andrade in there to prove itself. Canelo had the chance to fight him when he was the WBO champion at 154. Instead, he went through contractual problems, and he was stripped of his title because his promotion would not allow him to get in a marquee fight. And as soon as Kellen Smith, I think older brother, got the chance and got the belt and fought for a vacant title against, I don't remember, Canelo swoops on down from 155 and fight that WBO champion when he had the chance to fight Andrade. So I'm going back that far as to show. That's why he don't have the names on it, because all the top guys make up weight classes and they jump around, jump up to 175, jump up to 168. And if you can't get them guys in the ring, who's the big name he go get in the ring with?
Well, what is Andre's excuse now, J-Mac? Because he has the WBO and he can utilize the WBO exclusion to go fight a champion. What will be his excuse now? Because
last time I
hold on, I'm not finished. I'm not finished, man. Because here's the thing. Everybody's crying about no one wants to fight him. Now he can force this situation. The same way Crawford forced Jeff Horn into a fight, the same way Joshua has to pay Usyk millions of dollars to step aside because he's forced into a situation. Demetrius Andre has the right now, to force Billy Joe Saunders into a fight, which will force him into a fight with Canelo, because Canelo has to unify. What will be his excuse now?
Well, if, like you just said, I heard has to force him into a fight. It's up to Billy Joe Saunders, because last time I checked, if you follow,
no, it's not up to him. Under the exclusion, see, this is where I have to educate again. Under the exclusion, Demetrius Andre can demand a fight, and Billy Joe has no choice. Fight or give up the belt. Fight or give up the belt.
He been demanding the fight. That's what I was trying to get to.
It wasn't an exclusion. Stop it. The fights before was not through an exclusion. So it doesn't matter. You're bringing up another irrelevant fucking point. Right now, in 2020, J-Mac, it is an exclusion. There's no choice. You fight or you get stripped. That shit you bringing up before was not an exclusion. So it's irrelevant.
Okay. I get that. I see how you want to put your stuff in your narrative to make it make sense.
Well,
but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Hey, you just asked me a question.
What happened? I'm saying it's a narrative, and I just gave you the fucking truth. The WBO exclusion is not my idea. It's not my perspective. It's a fact. Okay, that's how it works. That's not a narrative.
Listen, you go back and forth with me because I'm literal on saying certain, and when you say certain things, and I use it to rebuttal. Now, when you say certain things and discredit what I say, I can't respond to it or throw anything back at you. It's listen, I understand it's your channel, but it's almost like listen to what I'm saying before you go off. It's almost like you dictating what I can say and what I cannot say. Because on one credit, you'll discredit me and try to say I'm delusional or my lies or my facts, which still is a perspective and opinion. And then when I do the same thing and attack what you're saying and call it a narrative, it's like you want to come back and forth with it, but we both doing the same thing.
No,
and to answer your question, the excuse is no excuse. If Demetrius Andrade had been putting pressure on Billy Joe Saunders to fight for his title at 168, they have to make the fight happen. Whether Billy Joe Saunders want to use nose spray again or get out of Demetrius Andrade fight for the third time. Not second, the third time, because after he failed the nose spray, they gave him a chance to try to fight again. He did not. He moved up to 168. And now he's at WBO at 168. Andrade is the guy in position to make the fight. If you've been following with Andrade, he's been putting pressure on Billy Joe Saunders saying, hey, I haven't heard back from you. Hey, when we go get that fight? Whether Billy Joe Saunders gets in a ring with him again or decides to duck him for a third time, that's up to Billy Joe Saunders. That's my point I was trying to make. So we can't keep saying it's Andrade if guys are avoiding to fight him. And like I said last, whether you want to accept it or not, the guy that get paid more money than all of us and who has an opinion should be a fact or more concrete evidence. The matchmaker for DAZN said out his own mouth, Demetrius Andrade is being avoided. That's the guy who makes the fight. So whether we want to argue, say this, say he ducked this, ducked that, he said out his own lips, Demetrius Andrade is being avoided.
AD, can I get this real quick?
No, Kalua. No. You're too aggressive. You're way more aggressive than me. Hold on for a second. Let me ask you this real quick, Jay. I just got this question. The WBO exclusion, where you can go challenge the champion for their title. You can jump in front of any mandatories or any interims. through the WBO exclusion. Is that a fact or is that my perspective?
That's a fact.
Okay, so we agree that that's a fact. That's not a narrative. That's not my perspective. That's a fact. We agree on that, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you're telling me that Demetrius Andre in social media or through articles or wherever your sources are is putting the pressure on BJO to fight, I'm asking you, why doesn't he go implement the WBO exclusion? Don't tell me about it on fucking Instagram or Twitter. Go implement through the commission, like Crawford did, like Usyk did.
He already did that.
Oh, hold up. Hold up.
He already did it.
Oh,
I'm telling you, he did that already.
Oh, they should
he did it already. I don't know where you.
Hold on, J Mac. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. If you're telling me they did it already, okay? If you're telling me they did it already, then we should be hearing this very soon here. We should be hearing a date being set or negotiations happening for Demetrius Andre versus Billy Joe Saunders, or we should be hearing that Billy Joe Saunders will be stripped of the WBO and Demetrius Andre will be fighting ... So if you're telling me that he's already did it, there's no need for us to talk about this no more. Let's see what conspires out of that. Because under the WBO exclusion, if he's done it, like you claim he's done it, then those are the next two things we will be hearing. Negotiations, right? Or Billy Joe's getting stripped and Demetrius Andre will be fighting ... for the belt. You know why? Because Canelo had a WBO, a WBC exclusion that works just the same. And he just fought Callum Smith for that WBC belt, which is the same thing that will happen for Demetrius Andre. So if what you're saying is fact, okay, there's no need for us to discuss this anymore because Demetrius Andre has done what I request him to do. Implement your WBO exclusion, make something of your fucking self, get a championship, and lock yourself into a Canelo fight. And you're telling me that's exactly what he did, so we agree. We agree.
Well, I agree with you on that. I don't think, like I said, I believe him and Jamal Charlo should fight before the Canelo fight.
Well, I think moving the goalposts because we were just talking about Canelo, Andre, and BJS. I don't even want to talk about Jamal. Jamal ducked that smoke already. Let's stick to that script. If what you're saying is true, we agree. It's no more argument. If what you're saying is true, he's implemented that WBO exclusion. The next step will be Billy Joe getting stripped or those two fighting. And there's nothing else to argue about.
You just brought up Canelo, so that's why I thought that's why I rebutted to. You did mention force his thing, get the strip, and then you said something about Canelo, so I just wanted to put that
in. Canelo. If he gets that belt from BJS, you have to understand this. Canelo is going to fight for these titles, and he's proven that because he has to fight as mandatory, and he intends to fight Billy Joe for the title. But Demetrius Andre can step in front of that. You have to realize this. He can step right in front of Canelo. Don't matter how much money Canelo got or nothing. Through the WBO exclusion, you have to realize this because if he couldn't do it, then how the fuck could Usyk step in front of 4-belt undisputed at heavyweight? So he can do it. He can step in front of Canelo.
I got one more question. Okay, if he willing to do this at 168, the same situation was at 160.
No,
when Demetrius Andrade was the WBO. Yes, it was. He was the WBO champion. Why wasn't he going for undisputed then after he fought Golovkin? Because Demetrius Andrade was the WBO champion and Charlo was the WBC champion. Why didn't he go for undisputed then?
How was the exclusion the same? If they were all at 160, how was the exclusion says that you can move up and challenge the champion?
No, he didn't need to have the exclusion. This is for a different situation for us, him getting a fight with Billy Joe Saunders.
Well,
if you say undisputed, how come when he was going at 160 for undisputed, he didn't fight Andrade then?
Okay. Education time. Education time.
Let me hear this.
Do you want the answer? Or do you want
the WBC title, right?
No, it had nothing to do with the WBC. See how misinformed you are?
I'm misinformed, but you're the king of narrative. Let's go. I'm listening.
Okay, so is it a narrative that Canelo Alvarez would have been stripped had he engaged in that Demetrius Andre fight, and they wouldn't have been fighting for undisputed anyway. Is that a narrative or is that a fact?
They're in the business of boxing.
Is that a fucking narrative or is it a fact?
Guys can win. So guys have not went around fighting in mandatories to fight for unification. I mean, undisputed all the time.
Bro? Why can you not answer question? Answer this question and then go on your rant. Is it a fact or a narrative that had he engaged with that fight with Demetrius Andre, like you're talking about, he would have been stripped for the IBF title and it would not have been a 4-belt undisputed match? Is that a fact or is it a narrative?
Narrative. That's what you got to step aside money for. Narrative. And why you step aside money. Step aside money.
That's why you're misinformed and you need to go educate yourself. It is not a narrative.
How come AJ paid? Was it known? Did he pay?
Canelo now. Don't go to AJ.
No. It happened before. I'm arguing the case where it happened. Guys pay step aside money all the time to chase going after undisputed. Whether we want to play this game or not, you can decide when you want to use it. But going after undisputed, like he's going at 160, we should not have no problem with paying guys. So the next time Canelo got to pay a guy step aside money, I will be back on your channel saying, why is he paying that guy step aside money when he want to go for undisputed? Because a certain champion has the belt. It works when you want it to work. There's step aside money for a reason. It didn't happen multiple times in the sport, whether I'm uneducated, or narrative or not. It seems like I understand how business works, and you want to argue and support your narrative when it benefits in line your argument. That's what it sounds like to me.
Bro,
can I explain the situation quickly? I've been on for like 2 hours and I haven't said a word.
Yeah, y'all go. Y'all go ahead.
All right, just to explain the situation, right? In the situation of Canelo versus Derevianchenko to satisfy the IBF mandatory, you're talking about step aside. For Derevianchenko, it's as easy as just saying no. Right, and that's what he did. He just said no. If you're not willing to negotiate as the mandatory against the star, I would actually say the mandatory has more power because the star has their own agenda and their own thing that they want to do, and the mandatory is getting in the way, right? So the mandatory, Derevianchenko, doesn't not have to accept step aside money, right? If he doesn't accept step aside money, the IBF aren't going to do anything about it. Meaning they're not going to be on Canelo's side, or they're not going to go, oh, you have to accept the step aside. They're going to be enforcing what they've known to enforce, or what they're supposed to enforce, and that is the mandatory. So in reality, in the situation of Canelo versus Derevianchenko, it was Derevianchenko who technically had more negotiating power because he knew Canelo wanted to keep his belt. So what happened is they tried to make a unification with Demetrius Andre, and because of Golden Boy, he gets stripped anyways. So there was at no point in which he could have fought Demetrius Andre while holding the IBF title. The timeline does not match up. Derevianchenko.
So who did he fight next?
Canelo fought Kovalev next because what happened is after
he moved out the weight class.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Because he got stripped. He was already stripped by that point. So there was a point in which he held the WBC, WBA, and IBF titles, right? And Demetrius Andre held the WBO titles. Then, after the Daniel Jacobs fight, he was mandated to fight Sergey Derevianchenko. When that fight was being discussed and Derevianchenko wasn't accepting terms, and they kept having to postpone the deadline, and they pushed the deadline, right? There's legal repercussions to not enforcing the mandatory on the side of the IBF. So it's in their best interest to make sure Derevianchenko is given his title shot, regardless of if it's through Canelo. It just has to be the IBF, right? So they can only push the fight back so much. And by the time Canelo was negotiating with Demetrius Andre to get a unification, right, in order to try to prevent the stripping, he'd already been stripped. So it was too late. And then that's when the WBC franchise situation happened. And they did that because they knew he wanted to move up and fight Sergey Kovalev, and they wanted to continue collecting sanctioning fees. So the timeline in which he could have fought Demetrius Andre for undisputed, that timeline doesn't exist.
Hey, J-Mac, answer me one question. Would you marry a known cheater?
Hey, hello?
J-Mac, you there? Easy question. Would you marry a known cheater?
Yeah, my bad. I thought I was on mute. You asked me the same question last time. It's the same question, same thing. It's the same answer. When I was on here last time, you brought up Andrade as being, you use it as a comparison to argue against Andrade. So I've been here with that question already, and it's the same answer. Can I go back to the guy who just said about the stripping? So in one argument, we're talking about Canelo being stripped, so he moves up instead of fighting for undisputed. Don't act like these guys are not business savvy enough to make their moves and determine what they want to do. And when I say step aside money, I didn't say step aside money resolves it all. I say it's another option in order for you to say, hey, look, I really want to go after undisputed. They have multiple champions and multiple examples I don't have to bring up. You guys are educated enough to know the guys and know when it happens. It happens in a sport when guys want to say undisputed unifications trumps mandatory. Is that a law? No, but it's a common respect, and it takes a fighter to be on board. So in the situation when a fighter's not on board, then you got to be stripped. So you mean to tell me in one situation he was stripped for not fighting his mandatory, but then I'm on here getting told, what I want Canelo to do, not fight his mandatory and be stripped? Make up your mind. One time you get okay with being stripped, the next time you're not okay with it at 168. You make up your mind and do what you want to say. The first show I came on, when he had Canelo face up there,
oh my God,
Canelo face was up there for a reason, because he was smoking him out for saying what he did, and he said he's a Canelo fan. That's why he wasn't like, he just wanted to call a spade, or however the words he put it. So he called Canelo out on just being a man of his word and doing what he said he will do. He said he had 168 right now. Let's go after let's unify. Let's go after undisputed. Fight your mandatories. Do whatever you need to do. But you have not done this in a weight class prior. So that's where I get my critiquing from. Y'all act like I just sit up here and I make this stuff up. Like Canelo has not took the franchise title to avoid fighting his mandatory in Charlo. And then on the other note, you say he was stripped because he didn't fight his mandatory.
What was Canelo mandatory, Jay?
You got to make up your mind. One argument you argue for the guy, and then the next argument you're using the same thing for why you arguing it against him. And not saying you're not saying against him, but you're saying.
Let her finish. Please let her.
I didn't interrupt.
Go ahead, Nate. Go ahead with the rest of it. Unless you finish.
No. All I was saying was, in one argument, you're saying why should he be stripped? Do I want him to be stripped and not fight his mandatory? And then the next argument, you're telling me on why he was stripped in a lower weight class prior to, and whatever. I'm like, okay, well, damn, make up your mind. One time this dude wanted to go after undisputed or unify or get a belt, and then the next time it wasn't. Why didn't he fight Derek Chain? If he was about mandatory and fighting his mandatory, it's like you're arguing for this guy.
Chico said no, dude.
D, don't interrupt him, man. I thought you were telling me not to interrupt him.
Hold on for a second. Hold on, IBT. Jay, you need a fucking tape recorder or something. The man just told you that the Reverend Chico said no. Anvi Yildrim said yes. What part of this don't you fucking get, dude? You cannot make a guy fight you, okay? So
I'm glad you said it.
Hold up, dog.
I'm glad you said it.
Listen. Let's stop right now. Because you don't listen to what people telling you. And you come back with your rebuttals, but it's like it was oblivious to anything that he just told you. And this is why the shit you say make no fucking sense. You cannot make a fighter fight you, even if he's a mandatory. If the mandatory turns down the goddamn fight, what are you supposed to do about that? Well, Anvi Yildrim, okay, is saying, I will fight you. So you go take your argument to fucking the Reverend Chico fan. Like, what are we talking about here? You get a tape recorder and start recording the shit we say to you. And before you get your rebuttal, listen to what the fuck we telling you. Because obviously you're not listening. That's why we going round and round and round in circles. Because I've told you shit, you come back and say something totally different. IBT told you shit, you say come back and say something totally different. Or put it in your context, which is totally outside of the context we gave it to you in. This is what you keep doing, fam. So hold on real quick before you want to rebuttal to that. Mr. Bales, this is the WBC website, sis. It's not just for belt undisputed. It is the WBO exclusion. If you're the champion there, you can go up and you can challenge the next champion. You don't have to be 4-belt undisputed. Just like with the franchise belt, you don't have to be 4-belt undisputed. That's not how it works. I just pulled up.
That says WBA.
Okay. Oh, well, I might have went to the wrong one. Hold on. That's for the super champ. But it's all the same, Lisa. Yeah, that is the
Okay.
WBC. Hold on.
Okay,
I'll go to the WBC and pull that up. It's all the same, though. You don't have to be 4-belt undisputed.
Okay, but because I'm not gonna stay long because I got something to do. But this is what I wanted to say. I had typed it in the chat. I thought that like with Terrence Crawford, right? He was the undisputed champion in the lightweight division, right? Or super lightweight.
Yeah.
And then he went into and the policies, I guess, of the WBO is that you can go right into fighting for a championship, and that's what he did.
Right.
He fought for a title, but that's not the same with and the same thing as what's going on with Usyk, but that's not the same thing with Demetrius Andre because he was not undisputed.
Yeah, but Lisa, this is where you're missing. Just because Crawford and Usyk had the other belts, that's fine. But those other sanctioning bodies didn't have anything to do with the WBO exclusion because Jeff Horn had the WBO belt, right? So it's the WBO exclusion within their sanctioning body. Doesn't have anything to do with the other sanctioning bodies. The only difference here is that Crawford and Usyk utilized it while they were undisputed, and Andre is going to utilize it while he's not undisputed. That's the only difference. But you don't have to be undisputed to use the WBO exclusion. Just like Canelo didn't have to be undisputed at 160 to use the WBC exclusion to fight for the title at 168. You don't have to have all the other sanctioning bodies belt to utilize that sanctioning body's exclusion.
But see, I thought because Canelo was franchise. See, this is where I'm getting confused.
But they're two different exclusions. One is WBC and one is WBO. They work the same, but they're two different exclusions.
Right. See, I don't know I have never read the guidelines or whatever for each sanctioning body, but see, I was under the impression and okay, so you enlighten me on something. I was under the impression that if you are an undisputed champ in the WBO, in that sanctioning body, that you can go right into a title shot with if you decide to go up. But I did not know about the other stuff. See, each sanctioning body has different guidelines, so
Yeah, Lisa. So it doesn't actually.
Yeah, the
go ahead.
WBC is the worst because their guidelines is basically whenever the fuck they want to change it. They're the worst of all of us.
Yeah, as Lawrence, wait 1 second. I just want to say something. As Lawrence Williams in the chat highlighted, that the rule doesn't actually. You don't actually have to be undisputed. You just have to be like it's traditionally if a WBO champion, right? Or I think
it's the super champ. It's the super champ. Yes, the super champ. Yes,
the super champion status, which there are certain certain prerequisites you need to meet before you can apply and have that status. Wow. And those guys had it. So that's how Kosei Tanaka is fighting Kazuto Ioka. That's how Usyk's trying to fight Anthony Joshua. That's how Shakur Stevenson's mandated to fight the winner of Herring Frampton. You know what I mean? Those are all guys who held the WBO title. So that's it doesn't actually have to be undisputed. It's just to the WBO title and a couple other prerequisites.
Specifically WBO Super. That's it.
WBO Super.
It's a feature of being a WBO Super champ.
It's basically the best belt. WBA, WBC, WBO. You got the best belt, you can do it. Period. All got it. They all got it. I don't know if the IBF has it because they only have like a regular belt, right? So I don't know how they work. But those three got the super champion, the WBO super, the fucking franchise. And with all of those stupid ass fucking belts, you can challenge the guy up top. That's it.
Right. It's funny how you say the WBC is the worst, but that's the one Canelo seems to keep pulling the strings with.
Yeah, you know why it's funny, Jay? Because I don't give a fuck. Like, this is the thing. So my turn. You made your statement, so now I'm going to clear it up for you. See, unlike a lot of these other channels, I flame Suleiman and his dumb shit all the time. But you compare apples and oranges, sir. For some reason, you can't understand that what the sanctioning bodies do, what the networks do, what the promoters do, what the fighters do. It's all different, bro. They play their own poison. Okay? So I don't fucking advocate or even like the WBC. I don't care about these comparisons you make, fam. I don't excuse Mauricio Suleiman for the dumb shit he does. I flame him all the time for it. So I don't understand like how you correlate these things. So you do this for Canelo. I don't care about none of that, man. If it would happen to Canelo or Lomachenko or Wilder or AJ, I would be the same way about all of them. I keep it consistent. This is WBC foolishness. I don't care if it's foolishness for this fighter or that fighter. It's all WBC foolishness. I don't think we need fucking 4 belts in every goddamn sanctioning body. I think we need 1. So I don't care about none of that shit you be talking about. Okay?
Right, but you can. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? But you use the WBC.
Yeah, let's smoke right quick, Jake.
I just have a quick question, and another brother would like to respond because you just went to him, and I know how that feels. But it's just you know, whatever. It is what it is. But I have a question about the idea that Deverenchenko said no, so Canelo got stripped. Because that's not my understanding of how the mandatory process works.
Exactly.
My understanding is if a mandatory says no and they can't make a deal, it goes to purse bid.
I wanted to say that. My bad, bro. Look, I wanted to come back and say that, but I went at him on something else he said because I got lost in the sauce when the lady came on for clarification, and I heard the dude say, oh, one dude say no and what have you, but you know I tried to be respectful on your show. You said don't cut you off, but how did he get stripped and the dude say no when it's a purse bid? And then you got 30 days, and then you got it comes down to a purse bid. Or is it that Canelo just moved up? Like I'm confused. Can you clarify that for me?
We'll clarify. But first, let me say this: I'm calling you on bullshit, fam, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm calling you on bullshit. Because smoke, get this smoke. It's my full 100% credit of knowing this sport extremely well. Get this smoke. And myself have debated, I think, over 1,000 fucking times. Okay? Mm-hmm. And get this smoke generally comes out with comments and statement and validates it with valid points. You, sir, have not done that once. So when you sit here and tell me I was getting ready to say that, I'm just going to tell you, you might be telling the truth, but I don't believe that shit one bit. Because you have not done it yet, but Smoke does it all the time. Now, it is a good point Smoke made, right? And I'll let IBT go at him on that, right? Because that's the guy who brought up the statement. I could have misconstrued what the fuck he said, so I'm going to let him clarify, right? But I don't believe you, sir. Because I'm used to Smoke.
Hey, nigga, you're a narrative pusher, man.
I'm just giving you my honest opinion about it.
I don't care.
All right, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Oh, yeah,
you're a liar. You're a narrative pusher. Shit.
Yeah,
okay, what up?
I have an article here. I'm putting on screen share if you want to do that real quick. Yeah. It's just this section right here.
Hold on. There you go. Go ahead, IBG. Do your thing.
All right, so if you follow the timeline, which is documented here in this article, I can provide the link. It's from ESPN.com, written by Dan Raphael when he worked there at the time. A purse bid had been scheduled but postponed because both camps told the IBF they needed a little more time to negotiate, as well as to get the streaming service and DAZN. Remember, this is at the time when Canelo was signed with DAZN, so there were a lot of factors at play. There were, right, Canelo as the champion, he has to report to Golden Boy, he has to report to DAZN, he has to report in this fight to Derevianchenko's team and Lou DiBella, right, which is their promoter. And at this point, Canelo wasn't really on the same page as Oscar de la Hoya, who I believe made a lot of errors when it came to the situation. So there are a lot of different elements. It's not really a linear situation as to why things went wrong. So they're trying to negotiate before it goes to a purse bid, but you have to understand that the IBF, they can only grant so many extensions, and they have a certain amount of time that they need to get this fight, Sergey Derevyanchenko, a title shot, or they can be sued and they can be liable. And of course, their biggest priority is to follow the rules because they've already been in trouble in the past, right? So they grant an extension to the Golden Boy. That's on Monday, whatever this was on Monday. And as the deadline approaches, Derevyanchenko, having been approved, Alvarez, according to sources, did take as much as 5 million reductions to his 35 million license fee. That is a violation of the contract. So obviously they can't do that either. And Golden Boy and Ludabella are not coming up to an agreement with the price that they want to pay Sergey Derevyanchenko. As it says here, Golden Boy's last offer was 5.5 million to Derevyanchenko, whom they were seeking $7 million, right? When the fight did actually go down between Derevyanchenko and Triple G, I would like to note that was for $5 million, so $500,000 less, and that was only for the IBF title. Whereas if he had accepted 5.5 or negotiated more, right, then he would have gotten more money and had more titles on the line. The Derevyanchenko camp agreed to extend the deadline until Thursday afternoon, and then when no deal was made, the IBF had no choice but to follow through with their, with their thing that they said they're going to do. They have rules. They granted extensions, multiple extensions at this point, and at this point they had stripped Canelo. So in the midst of the negotiations, because they did not want it to go to purse bid, as that wouldn't favor Golden Boy, they would have to pay more money. Yeah, they'd have to pay more money. They were stripped of the title, which is where I'm saying Derevyanchenko saying no, right? As long as they were rejecting any negotiations, and as long as they increased the price of how much money they wanted, it going to purse bid favored Derevyanchenko. Canelo getting stripped favored Derevyanchenko. In this scenario, because of the amount of parties that Canelo would have to satisfy to make this fight, the negotiations favored Derevyanchenko because at the end of the day, it was he who was guaranteed to get the title shot, right? Regardless of any negotiations or any stripping, the part of the equation that remains true is the Derevyanchenko. Right, Derevyanchenko versus Triple G for the vacant title, or Derevyanchenko versus Canelo for the unified titles. So that's where I'm saying, in this case, him saying no put him in a position of power. Whereas in a normal case where a mandatory says no, that's not good. But because there are so many parties to appease in this situation, the circumstances worked out where Golden Boy was incompetent and the IBF deadlines were extremely strict.
Right.
So Canelo made a business decision.
Hold on a second.
Hold on. Go ahead, Smoke.
Right. I just wanted to clarify, because the only reason I brought this up is because it sounded like it seemed like the onus of that fight not happening was on Derevyanchenko saying no. But actually now it's sounding like the onus was on the confusion surrounding Canelo. Not really Derevyanchenko saying no.
In my opinion,
Derevyanchenko saying no was him playing his position as a mandatory, right? That should not preclude Canelo. Right, Canelo's interest and what he's got going on has absolutely nothing to do with Derevyanchenko saying the economy for this fight is greater than what you're offering. I believe that if I go for the mandatory split, I'll get more than $5 million. So I would like to go for the mandatory split and possibly even purse bid. Maybe my promoter can come up with the wherewithal to win this fight, and then we can put it on. So that's what he's playing his position, right? The idea that because Golden Boy doesn't have their act together, or DAZN is new to the market, or any of that other stuff, I feel like that responsibility is on Canelo, not Derevyanchenko.
Okay,
so that's
hold on. The responsibility here clearly is not on the fighter. Okay, Oscar fucked up the deal. So again, but go ahead, IBT.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I just made Tim Canelo, right?
Yeah, it's not the
fighter. I would actually say that you've got a point there. I wouldn't say it's Derevyanchenko's fault. I don't mean to insinuate that. I mean, Derevyanchenko is the individual who, in this case, what I feel has the power to negotiate more in his favor, right? So when Canelo has to appease DAZN, Golden Boy, and his mandatory, one of those things like with the results, don't get satisfied, right? So this fight happening at all doesn't appease the zone, as at the time they had stated that the only fights that they were willing to accept, remember they had the premier opponents trash, was Triple G and Sergey Kovalev, right? And then Golden Boy has an obligation to Canelo and DAZN to have a Canelo fight on DAZN, as well as pay him $35 million. So if this goes to purse split, then they're going to have to overpay Sergey Derevianchenko. And if they lose the purse split, then Oscar is not meeting his side of the contract, right? So all in all, if you look at the situation, the easiest thing for Oscar to do is to quote unquote forget to submit paperwork, right? In which case Canelo, there's no more deadline extension. He gets stripped, and conveniently Gennady Golovkin is now placed in a title shot opportunity and in a fight where he's favored to win, right? And we know at the time Canelo said he wanted all the belts at middleweight. Oscar had promised to DAZN that he would have Canelo versus Triple G, and in Canelo's contract, nowhere did it say that, right? So he has his own things he has to set out and do, like getting that third fight between those two guys. And the easiest way for him to do that is if Triple G has a title. How can Triple G get a title? Through a vacant IBF. That's where he's highly ranked. You know what I mean? So I just feel like it was Oscar who had dropped the ball on this. You have some quotes here from Golden Boy and Oscar saying they don't want to comment and they're disappointed in the IBF's actions. And to me, the whole situation, in retrospect, when you look at all the details, it seems like the onus is on Oscar de la Hoya, right?
Sure.
Which is where
I agree with you.
Which is where I believe a great deal of tension between Canelo and Oscar came from. You know what I mean?
And one last statement, and then I'm gonna go on mute.
Let me get one last thing. Let me get one off.
Okay, cool.
That's why he fucking sued them and left, because it was on Oscar. And the big thing that this points out, for all of you idiots out there that keep clamoring on about 4-belt undisputed, it was never a chance for him to get 4-belt undisputed with Demetrius Andre. That's what this should all definitely state to you guys. Okay? For anybody that believes that dumb shit. Now go ahead, Smoke.
All right. So there it is. So I think that I think maybe there's just some confusion and there's some inconsistency, right? For sometimes there was sometimes we put the onus on the fighter, and other times we put the onus on the promoter. And I am definitely with all the assessment that it was more likely than not Oscar who dropped the ball on this, but that's still really like for a fight fan who don't, I think that you can still assign blame to Canelo because he needs to be figuring this stuff out and not just throw it up to game and like Canelo is just completely he's completely blameless in this. I believe that he could be blameless, right? But from the outside looking in, we generally blame the fighters for this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna just finish this last thing, and I'm done. I think that there was a time to make the fight, and it was Team Canelo that, for whatever reason, some member of his team, regardless of what they had, the reason why this fight didn't go down, I believe that the onus is primarily on that team. Like Team Canelo, either the fighter or Canelo, the team. That's why this fight didn't happen, not because it couldn't have happened.
That's what I'm saying with the whole Oscar thing.
Smoke. Yeah. You're talking about, let me make sure I'm clear on this, Smoke, because I know how you like to go around it. You're talking about the Derevianchenko fight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying, Smoke. And you're right about all of that. Oscar, whatever. I want to say two things, and I'm going to let IBT take off. First off, Smoke, who do you hear me blaming? That's number one. So, because I always say that. I know what we hear all around. Who do you hear D. Jeff blaming? Like Spencer Crawford situation. Who am I blaming? Spencer
all right. So I have heard you.
That was really a rhetorical question. It wasn't
okay. I didn't know you wanted me.
Rhetorical question because everybody knows I stayed with the heat at the promoters in the network, so everybody knows that. So it was really rhetorical.
Well, sometimes you blame Tank.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes you do blame Tank for stuff that is actually Floyd. But you do blame Floyd too, right?
Hey, Smoke, you want to let me finish? You want to do that? Thank you, sir. Thank you. But that's why I cleared up the Reveryanchenko situation. Then we can all agree that it wouldn't have been no goddamn 4-belt undisputed match. I don't care if it was Oscar's fault, Canelo's fault, his own fault, or whoever fucking fault. He got stripped. So the Demetrius Andre situation would not have been a 4-belt undisputed match. Go ahead, IBT.
Can
Yeah,
I
at the IBT, I
can
want to
I
say
get
something.
a quick can I get a quick in?
So really quick, let me just say, right? I can agree with Smoke that like ultimately I would fault Golden Boy, but I would also have to give some question marks or a weird look to Canelo. Right? It says here he had no idea that the deal with Golden Boy and DeBella would cost him his title. So from the perspective of Canelo, what I'm understanding is he felt that even if they could not negotiate this, they would go to a purse bid, right? But you know, it's in Oscar's best interest not to do that, and the IBF have certain deadlines and deals, so it's overall just like massive miscommunications. But the truth of the matter is that unless right after the Daniel Jacobs fight, they had instantly put in a submission to get deadline extensions and exemptions to fight Demetrius Andrade, which is something that Golden Boy was purposefully not doing, then there was at no point in which he could have had undisputed without being at severe risk of being stripped of the IBF, right? Because like I said, at the end of the day, if Derevianchenko doesn't take step aside, there's nothing they can do about that.
Who next?
Lisa, Queen Lisa.
I just wanted to say this right. Yeah, I just wanted to say this right quick. It's gonna be quick. I think that Golden Boy took a gamble. It was a risk, and I think it was. I can't prove it. I think it was deliberately. It was done on purpose. So the title would be up, and then that so a Triple G could get that title, and then that Triple G fight can happen, but it blew up in his face. It blew up in their face. That's just my opinion, because because he came into that deal promising that Triple G fight, and it never materialized. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
If you get what I'm trying to say. So I do kind of agree with IBT, because I kind of sorted through all as he was sharing, the article and stating everything. I just kind of sorted through everything, and I said I think this was done kind of some backdoor stuff. But that's just my opinion. That's all.
Jay.
Okay. All right. My stance still is great job, Smoke. And I mean, you gotta understand, I've been going back and forth, and I guess I come off here as like I'm going at multiple people. You discredited me and said that you don't believe that I was going to bring up that. I was listening to IBT, and I'm still learning you guys' names as well too, because I don't know who's who. And when he did say, one guy said yes, one guy said no, you asked me not to cut him off, and I was listening to like, how can that make sense when a guy says no and a guy still gets stripped? I believe, and I don't always say my whole logic to what I'm saying, that Canelo or his team, whether it's Canelo, Oscar, the management, it was done on purpose, and they had no plans on facing him to move on. Like the lady just stated, that might have been more of their opinion plan. Let him pick the belt up so it could be a bigger fight on the end. Canelo's the guy who don't need no goddamn titles anyway. So whether Canelo want to be after undisputed or whether he wants to fight for a belt or not fight for a belt, Canelo is still one of the cash cows in boxing. So dropping the belt or drawing the belt away like he did with Triple G in the beginning, and sounds like he just did with Derevyanchenko, doesn't affect Canelo, because Canelo could decide to go after and do what he wants to do in the sport. So on to IBT, you brought that up to discredit or go back and rebuttal what I was saying. How are you bringing up something that still falls back on him to go against what I've been saying about his decision making on who he fights, when he wants to fight, and how he avoids certain guys in the sport? I'm confused by that. And then after all that, he didn't have to go up and fight Andrade. I mean, excuse me. We know he ain't fighting Andrade. He didn't have to go up and fight Kovalev. He could have still, hey, went to the ball and they stripped him and moved on and went for a unification against Andrade at the WBO.
You have
Okay.
to remember. You have to remember in my timeline.
That was not four belt undisputed, and that was the initial argument. Go
I
ahead.
didn't say full belt. No, I didn't.
Regardless, remember this is when he had his contract with DAZN. They were giving him 35 million for each fight, and they said that they were only giving him 2 fights. They're only allowing him to fight 2 people, either Sergey Kovalev or Gennady Golovkin. So either way, Demetrius Andrade was not considered a premium opponent at the time for him to face. Even though I disagree, and I think it's a load of trash from DAZN, which is why I'm glad that deal is done, right? He couldn't have fought those guys without violating the contract.
No, hold on. That's not true. Because see, on your time, like you said, the matchmaker always had Andrade as an option, but Canelo picks, or Golden Boy team picks who he fights. Now it seems like it's Canelo because Golden Boy is not attached to him no longer. So Canelo picks his opponents. When I say Canelo, I don't always mean Canelo Alvarez. I mean his team, the people he was with that support him, because they are still Canelo at the end of the day. Just like
all right. So
let him finish.
I did. Sorry, I thought he was done. I lagged.
Just like you said, like, and y'all came to you and Smoke came to the conclusion whether it's his team who forgot to do the paperwork, it still falls back on him, and you gave him a percentage. You agreed to it, IBT, as well, that some of it fell back on Canelo. So when I'm arguing saying Canelo, I don't always say his team. I'm just saying Canelo. I don't know the guys named in his team, and I don't even care other than Oscar De La Hoya. But my whole point I'm saying is, why didn't he? Like I told you, the matchmaker said Andrade has always been into play when it came down to a Canelo Alvarez fight. It was up for Canelo and his team to go in the other direction. So if Triple G was going to collect that belt for Dervinchenko, he could have easily went for, and I never said anything about no full belt.
All right.
The narrative guy is throwing that in there to try to discredit an argument that I never even started. He could have easily went in the direction of fighting Andrade and got a belt and continued to fight Triple G to move forward to unify, undisputed, or whatever you want to call it at that division.
All right, so I understand your point, and I think you gotta say, like, you repeated yourself like 4 times there, right? So if you want to have the discussions be a little more concise, you gotta be a little more concise. But it's the last thing I say before I have to go. Thanks for having me on the panel, D. Thanks for the whole conversation. But the point I made earlier, right? As I said, DAZN was not allowing him to fight anyone not named Triple G or Sergey Kovalev. So regardless of if the fight was for undisputed unification, I don't care if they fought at one, if they fought without any belts on the line, right? He could not have fought Demetrius Andrade because his contract, his legally binding contract, right? It did not allow him to fight anybody that wasn't named Demetrius Andrade or Gennady Golovkin. So he couldn't have fought Demetrius Andrade. I'm actually kind of confused, man. The team, right? The whole team thing, that's not what it is. They're his boss, the DAZN, right? The broadcasting network would not allow him. He couldn't have fought Andrade even if he wanted to unify because they wouldn't let him, and that's why he left the contract.
That's not true, man.
I just showed you the article. I can bring it up. I can send it to you. Yeah. I don't want to repeat myself. I just told him not to. I don't know what else to say. That he wasn't allowed to fight Demetrius Andrade because he wasn't considered a premium opponent. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, you want to sit up here and believe that Canelo could fight anybody he wanted to at the time, but yet Canelo sued him so he could get from under that clutch. That's why he sued him, to get from under that clutch, because they were turning down fights that he did want to fight. So you can sit here and think he could just go fight whoever he wants when he's under a fucking contract. But if they weren't paying for it, it was $35 million on the table. He had to be paid for fights. So if they said no, but Canelo said yes, then you tell me he can do what he wants. But they don't want to hear the facts, man. When they come here with these arguments, they don't want to accept the facts. IBT gave it to him in 20 ways. I gave it to him in 20 ways. I think Mark came and shared. Smoke even tried to come help him out, but it didn't help him. I mean, it don't matter. It don't really matter what we say. He's going to
Yeah.
feel like he feels. No matter how many facts we give him, he's going to call those things opinions. No matter how we lay the timeline out perfect, he's going to call it narrative. He ain't going to accept it.
I heard the
Anyways,
matchmaker say
I'm
for the
gonna,
I heard the matchmaker say. I mean,
Peace.
you can't change my
Yeah,
mind.
Yeah,
But
Jay
you got
White,
the
give
matchmaker.
me some closing thoughts. Make this your closing thoughts. Don't really shut it down. But go ahead.
For
Say what
me?
you want to say. Yeah.
Okay. See, this whether you want, you can paint your picture. Your artwork is I guess fabulous when it comes down to this channel. But like I said, I have heard the matchmaker say that Andrade was avoided by certain people and certain people that fight on the zone. So when you say the matchmaker, the guy who have more knowledge based than you, and saying that the zone only said you can fight Kovalev and I have to go back and I don't remember that timeline. And I also remember Andrade being that the zone was always an option because he was a title holder at the WBO and could have easily fought Canelo. And Canelo chose to go in another direction or maybe move and be stripped to go up to 175. So when you sit up here and say, I want to know facts, that's where the delusional part steps in there because you guys are still operating under what your perception is and what you take away these negotiations and the business side of boxing. It's just that simple.
You got a channel, Jay?
I don't need a channel.
I just was asking if you have one. A lot of people that come here have a channel. That's all.
I don't need one.
Oh well, yeah, you don't. I will agree with that, sir. I will definitely agree with
Hey,
that.
bro, you're a funny guy, man. You talk
Hey
slick
man,
too.
you just said you didn't need one, so I just
You talk
agreed.
slick too. You funny. You're a funny guy, and you talk real slick.
I can't agree with you, fam. You said you don't need a channel.
Hey, you're a funny guy, bro. You talk slick too. But hey, it's whatever.
Hey man, hey, thanks for coming through, dog. I swear. Thanks for coming through. You welcome any fucking time, man. Hey, Virtuoso, give me some closing thoughts, man.
All right, D. Listen, straight up, man. I'm not really a fan of Canelo Alvarez. You know the way he moves, but at the same time, I gotta tell the truth. You know, and I gotta be, honest about learning about what's going on in the sport. You know, and they put, there's misinformed people that come here, and I have to fucking defend Canelo Alvarez of just what's going on.
It pains you, don't it? It's pain to you.
Yeah, I just like I gotta defend this guy. You know, it is what it is. We're not telling you what we feel. We're telling you what it is. We're telling you what's going on.
Hey,
So that's
Jay, how many
yeah,
times you
it's
heard me come here and defend Wilder, defend Tank Davis?
yeah,
You know what I mean? Sometimes we
exactly.
got to do it because when you hear shit that's so far over the top, it don't matter if you're a fan of the guy. Now, I've defended Wilder countless amount of times on here. I've defended Tank Davis before that Leo Santa Cruz fight. Oh my gosh, I don't know how many times people, he fat, he lazy. Y'all, what are y'all looking at? Tank Davis got skills. He don't got no skills. Leo is way over skilled. Sometimes you hear shit that's so outlandish. Even if you don't like the guy, you got to put on your attorney suit. You got to.
Yeah, and it's not our fault that we understand what's going on better than other people, you know. So you can't sit there and tell us, this and this, and make that shit your own ideas. Like you came up with that yourself. At the same time, you guys are just coming here, taking stuff from the people that don't know shit about boxing. So we're just trying to be try to be as concise as possible, not try to talk over each other, and try to be uh, honest with each other. That's what we're here for. But anyway, man, thanks for putting me on, man. It's always good to be here. Talk boxing with you guys, man. Peace out, D.
I appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you sliding through. You know you're always welcome. This smoke. I didn't even let you start no smoke today, smoke. But I know you was coming.
No, man, I had the one thing. I was listening. I thought that you guys had it well in hand. I did like that, just part of it. I just needed it, like an explanation and clarification, and I'm glad I got it because I was literally I was confused, and it took a village, right? It took IBT sort of breaking it down and clarifying his position, and it definitely took you talking about. We're actually speaking about the Demetrius Andrade fight. I know we're off in this rabbit hole about Derenchenko, but the
Right.
overarching point was about Andre. So yeah, you guys definitely like helped me to understand. And if anybody else was having issues, hopefully they understand now what the hell's going on too.
Oh, for
Um,
real. For real.
yeah, it's just sort of going all around. And yeah, it's nice to not be the target of of what it's like to be the new guy on the stream. I've been there before. Come back, keep plugging away. Yeah, you'll get your points out. I'm sure you'll become more concise. You know, it's always love, family. I'm glad I was able to make it and contribute. And yeah, you know, I'm looking forward to next time. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch more of it.
Appreciate you, Smoke. You know you're welcome all the time, fam. Queen Lisa.
Hey, thanks for D for having me, and thanks for the clarification to the panel about that situation about
Oh, the
the
exclusion, the WBO.
right. Because I just thought it only was for undisputed former undisputed champs, but you know it's always a pleasure. You know I love you, little bro, and
All
just
doubt,
keep
oh no
doing your
doubt, love
thing.
you, sis, all day long, all day long.
Yeah, no doubt. Keep doing your thing, D.
All right,
And
appreciate.
yeah, peace and blessings to everybody. And that's it.
All right, all
I'm
right,
out.
all right. So Jay got another word or two for us. He ain't want to leave yet. He got to get another piece out. So one more time, closing thoughts, Jay.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I still hear dudes that then came together and broke bread together, or came to some type of conclusion and share it. And then when I come in on it, it's all disputed. Like I say, boxing got so many different ways that it's presented to us and so many perspectives of the game. Okay, like let's say for instance, we say the Canelo thing, somebody made to the conclusion he did Dervinchenko did it because the business side bettered him, and that may be true. Some would say Canelo ducked. Some Lisa said she may have hinted at that somebody forgot to send in the paperwork. Like it's so many things you can take away from it and what have you. And just when it's presented to you, don't expect because you sell me a shit sandwich, I'm supposed to eat it and what have you. Just because y'all all eat at the shit, just because y'all all agree that the shit tastes like brownies, that it may taste like brownies to y'all. I'm gonna see shit as being shit. And like I said, I'll keep coming back, but all this biting me and you can't lead it. Like, man, save that shit, man. Ain't nothing I heard today is something I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know at some point or what have you. In boxing, you got so much different chapters, so many different verses. I don't remember every argument, every back and forth I have. So sometimes I jumble up my timelines and what have you. And sometimes you do it as well. And when you got guys who like put narratives out here like the co-hosts. I mean, like I'm sorry, let me not call y'all co-hosts. The podcast guys or whatever you want to be called. And Mr. D himself, you gotta step in, you gotta let you know I'm gonna stand on my 10. And if you give a valid point, I'm sure they're gonna have a time. I never talked with you about Tank Davis yet. And we made it sound like we agree on Tank Davis a lot. So I'll come back more and continue sharing it. I see y'all got y'all little fans and your little trolls in the chat and stuff like that, just like any channel and stuff like that. But they could keep hating. Hey, they love to chat about
We like
people
them
get on
channels.
here.
We don't kick you off, and
Hey,
we let you talk. Like
I
they kick
know,
you off over
y'all
there.
did.
And
Y'all
don't let
did.
you talk.
Y'all didn't, and I appreciate that. But you know, they gonna keep talking about people who get on here and who don't mind one embarrassing themselves, two arguing their opinion, two willing to learn, or like you say, give me an education, which you failed at, you'll be fired. Like the school board wouldn't hire you again. So like, I mean, it's all good, man. I'll be back.
All right, dog. All right. I failed at the education, everybody. Well, you know, sometimes they say you got a bad teacher and you got a bad student. I don't think I failed at the education. I just don't think the student could learn what was given to him. But at another note, man, at another note, again, like I said, man, the last few times he came on, when a lot of people come on, big game, get this smoke, mark unrivaled. And when we have these discussions and debates, no matter who it is that come on, they offer to what these discussions are about, so that somebody can leave here with the truth. And whoever come on here arguing with us, they don't have to agree to that damn thing. And they could be just as lost as they were when they came on in the first place, whether they're lost or not, whether they feel they're lost, whether we feel they're lost. They can keep their same perspective when they leave here. I'm not up here to change anybody's mind. I'm not up here to convince you to believe what I gotta believe. I'm just up here to deliver the truth. The truth as I see it. And if I'm corrected, then I will come out and say that I've been corrected. Like I was corrected yesterday on Ring IQ's channel. And he changed my perspective, which shows you that if you get a new perspective, if you get valid information, then you gotta keep it straight and change the way you felt about the shit, right? Tay, shout out to my man Tay Jones. I had a perspective about Deontay Wilder. Talk to Tay. Tay had me change my perspective. That's what these discussions are all about, man. Nobody gets it all right. Nobody gets it all wrong. But when you hear that amount of foolishness, you're definitely going to leave here with some valuable truth. Some valuable truth. Monty Brown TV, what's good with you? So, guys, another good one. Another good one. Appreciate all you guys sitting here listening to DJF yak on for 4 hours. And y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.